Hey everyone, Matt Landfair here with Primary and Secondary. Welcome to ModCast. Today is October 26th, 2017. This is ModCast 120, Joint Ops. So as per the norm, my background is in law enforcement. I have no military experience field and all those other video games, so I will be more of a listener, a spectator, and a guider of conversation. I won't have anything to contribute. So we're going to be basically talking about the interpersonal relationships between the branches of the United States military. This should be fun. On the panel right now, the Army dominates, and then some. But I think that's probably a pretty accurate assessment of the military as it is. So my background's in law enforcement. Been doing this primary and secondary thing for a couple years now. It's a good time. I like it. Been getting some great feedback for it. All of us working as a team, we're putting out good info. We're changing policies. We're helping people basically change their agencies. Some SOPs are changing. It's wonderful to be able to help out in that capacity, especially when helping out in that capacity can also increase survivability for the good guys. We have people specifically on this panel who have firsthand experience in helping change for the better. We have some trendsetters with us. It's awesome to be part of this group of people because these are, I think I'm going to say legendary. And not only on this panel, we also have some guys that are not necessarily on the panel right now, but are part of primary and secondary these are heavy guys. Jose, for instance, being one of them, who I might need to ping if we wind up not filling up the panel. So I guess we'll continue with, you can find us at Primary and Secondary. We have a whole website. We have a bunch of Facebook groups. Just open up a new Facebook group about do-it-yourself stuff. It's talking about repair, manufacture, and modification of knives and equipment and stuff like that. Check it out on Facebook, P&S-DIY. I think we only have like 300-400 people in it right now, but the people that are in it right now really provide a great foundation of what it is going to be. Some real trendsetters, some very talented people are in there, that knife makers, holster makers, leather workers, great group of people. So let's see here. We just got done with a pre-show. That pre-show was almost an hour. As a matter of fact, it was over an hour. And we had AT on, Ambrosia Darabone. He gave us some insights. We also talked about the standards, some standards and qualifications. If you're part of patreon.com/primary and secondary and you're a $5 or more contributor, you'll get access to all of that. If you're not, you missed out. That's all. It's completely optional. We definitely appreciate the support. Pays for a lot of the things that we're doing. So I think it is time to start some intros. I think I'm going to start with the legendary Ash Hess, who's muted.
Yeah, who's muted? Greetings, I'm Ash Hess. I think I have the little chip that the SOCOM guys get, because every time that we're doing this, I end up behind the PNS logo on the YouTube, which is cool. Kind of blocks me out. Director of training for Warrior Industries. I have 22 years in the Army, and that's getting ready to disappear in about, not that I'm counting, about 29 days. So maybe not the next time, but in the next couple of ModCasts, I'll be looking like Mr. Pressburg.
Nice. And any exciting plans for the future? What are you looking forward to the most?
Growing a beard. No, actually, I'm on leave right now, and just to go see Phil today, I decided to take off about 7 days worth of facial hair, just to go be professional for Phil. In December, I'm going to be doing a little move, going a little bit farther south. There'll be more to follow on that. But it is they say you retired to Florida, so that's what we're going to do. And that'd be kind of cool. I'll be seeing a lot of people a lot. on different venues and SHOT Show. I'll have a cool shirt on and probably be standing in a booth catching the HIV.
Cool. Then we have this guy who is well known on the internet, on forums, writes for various entities. He's known as, well, he has this article, Words Mean Things. We seem to refer to it a lot. If you're on Light Fighter, you know him as Boarbrush. On primary and secondary, he's also known as Boarbrush, but also known as Chad Mercer. And boy, let me tell you, online, before I met him in person, I wasn't a big fan. He just rubbed me the wrong way. But then I met him in person. What a great guy. I'm glad he's on. As a matter of fact, he has a following on our live chats on YouTube. People are asking when he's not around, where's Boarbrush? Boarbrush. We want Boarbrush. Hey, you know what? We have Boarbrush.
Evidently, I rubbed somebody the right way. Guess they like it rough.
They do. What
did you not cover?
You're going to be representing the United States Marine Corps.
That's right. The few. Yeah, quality over quantity.
And also,
4 years in the infantry. What?
Oh, I was going to say, and we can limit our discussion of crayons and paste. It's overdone.
Where is it coming from?
It's
I can't
overdone.
Even tell you what orange tastes like. Yeah, I only did 4 years, so I wasn't that indoctrinated, I guess you could say. Got out a long time ago, with the hopes of actually crossing over to the Army to do other things. But by the time that all came around, I had sustained some injuries on the outside that eliminated those possibilities. And so the next day, I contacted the gunsmithing school, literally the next day, and that took me on a different path. Yeah, it's didn't do a whole lot of that, at least with the Army and the Marine Corps. But we were co-located with, good Lord, that's a huge head. Did a lot of stuff down at Coronado, closely located with the Navy guys, and of course deploying on Navy ships. So my jointness, it's dated, and it's pretty much strictly with the Navy side of the house. But post-military life, I don't even know what that is now. But post-military life, I ended up working for State Department, which was Marine Mafia for the most part, but we actually had quite a few former Army guys there, and we worked with a lot of the stuff that we were drawing from. Everybody's drawing from military. So yeah, different schools of thought, different doctrinal beliefs, and different ways of even talking. And so we had to overcome a lot of that to find common ground that could actually translate to a bunch of lawyers and foreign service agents and stuff. So, yeah, I guess that pretty much intros me into this conversation.
Makes sense to me. I have this guy that I met online. As a matter of fact, we were in a Facebook group together, a gun enthusiast group together. And of the entire group, he seemed to be one of the few people that had his head screwed on straight. And we got messaging back and forth. And I think he was part of the reason the novice group started, which now that's our basic group, primary and secondary. And that's Lee.
Don't hold novice against me. No, active duty Navy, 10 years. Worked with the Marines as part of the Maritime Prepositioning Force out of Coronado. Went on to a national billet command joint across everybody, plus most of the agencies and coasties. And now I'm sitting in beautiful Arizona, surrounded by you guacamole-colored Army types, working the joint life.
Cool. Yeah, we need some Navy representation. So I think it was a couple months ago, I was introduced to Mike. I had no idea what a master gunner was, and it turns out he was a retired one of these from the 82nd Airborne. And Mike and I had some back and forth discussions, and it turns out he had some articles written. And you know what? They fit perfect for primary and secondary. And then after talking to him and having him on ModCast, I thought, you know what? This guy should be a moderator. And here he is.
Yes, sir. Mike Lewis, 20 years Army infantry. Spent a little bit over 10 years of that in the 82nd Airborne Division, which by nature is a joint domain because almost everywhere we go, we are on United States Air Force high performance aircraft. Much of my joint quote unquote stuff was this dude in a Nomex flight suit with this headset on saying, Army, your door. And then he'd give us the Nomex one minute finger and out we go. But yeah, towards the end of my career, you mentioned one of my jobs was the small arms mic off in the division. I was also the battle NCO when the division headquarters went into a tactical mode, or the division TAC, or the JOC. And part of that was spent a year in RC South, and actually a combined joint headquarters where it was Army, Air Force. We had liaisons from the Navy, liaisons from the Marine Corps. We had a couple French contingents, some Romanians. It was a fun time. Lots of different cultures, U.S. and otherwise. And yeah, it can be a challenging environment. And I know you said we're done with it, but in the spirit of inter-service relations, I brought some snacks for Boarbrush. I think they're his colors.
You should email them to him. So we had primary and secondary rolling. And then there's this Phil guy who was a member. Turned out he had some good input. He actually put together a couple videos for me. Worked out really well. Was a really good addition to all the groups. And just another one of those guys where we kind of thought, you know what? Why isn't he a moderator? So, and he's an officer too. So don't hold that against him.
Boo. Yeah, there is that. My name is Phil Axelrod. I'm an active duty infantry officer in the United States Army. Currently a commander at Infantry OSIT, which is combination basic and AIT down at Fort Benning. I've been in for about 5 years. Before that, I was a teacher, have 2 degrees in education, and I tend to apply them only to teaching people how to shoot. Was a civilian side instructor and coach for small bore and high power rifle before that, and all through college and high school. So I like teaching people how to shoot. I like teaching people how to be soldiers. I like being a soldier. Don't have a whole lot of joint experience other than talking shit.
That works.
Have a couple of stories that are probably funnier in my head than they will be to tell.
That describes my life. What are you talking? What? At least that's what my wife tells me. Okay, so I want to say most of us are all from Light Fighter, and there are certain names that you see, and then you go, "Oh yeah, I like that guy." Guy goes by Big Dumb Paratrooper. It's like, "Oh yeah, I like that guy." Hey, what do you know? He's on social media.
Yeah, I lurked more on Light Fighter, which I think most of us should have anyway. Yeah, so my name is Joe Pratt, 22 years infantry NCO. Still have about roughly a year left. I'm working on the last achievement of my own MSM that I have to write for myself for retirement in awesome Army tradition. And right now I'm an instructor at the Joint Security Force Academy, Joint Security Force Advisor Academy. And I have the wonderful duties of taking Air Force and Navy personnel that come from the not mediating side of their services and teach them how to function at least the level of a private without shooting themselves or anyone dressed like them. And then once we accomplish that, I teach them how to advise various advising concepts specifically geared towards the Afghan theater. And that's my excitement.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been in that billet for just about a year now. So I think I've done 6 classes so far for the JSFA piece, and We also have the United States Army Individual Advisor Course, which is this new thing, and it's all advising specific for Army personnel that are individual replacements going over to Afghan theater to advise at different levels. And yeah, it's super fun.
Cool.
So happy to be here. Happy to be here.
Well, and based on our discussion, it's a natural choice that you'd be on. At least that's what I thought. I think you disagreed with me, but that's okay.
Well, I can throw a little bit of color commentary in here and there. I'm not a, 22 years light infantryman for the most part. I know a few things, but not as much as I wish I did.
Yeah. And finally, another light fighter guy. He was known as Basic Load at one time. The creator of the famous Roland Special. However, he didn't name it and he didn't put it out there. That was my fault. He's not getting paid anything for any of this Roland Special stuff. We got Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck Pressburg, 26-year Army Special Operations veteran. And I probably have got the most combined and joint experience of the guys on the panel. For good, bad, or indifferent, my assignments at Asymmetric Warfare Group required that we embed and advise with all friendly forces. So all Marine formations in Iraq got the same, what we call menu of support from the Asymmetric Warfare Group that the Army units did. So we'd put on digis and go throw on our Coyote plate carriers and get in with Marine formations just like we did dressed in ACUs with our Army counterparts. I was also aboard the USS America CV-66 for the invasion of Haiti. When the invasion was canceled, I spent 47 days, I believe, on station as the theater quick reaction force for the transition over from U.S. Occupation forces to UN peacekeeping troops. So I've gotten my share of shipmate life as well. Just a little taste of being a shipmate. And then obviously, the Air Force was on jump status for 24 of my 26 years in the Army. So I've got plenty of time working the Air Force piece as well. So.
Cool. Internet personality, famous, guy. So what I want to hear are some of your guys' perceptions on how to deal with the fine little goofy things working with the other branches. Because Lee is very much outnumbered. Lee, what are some of the things that you found? How do you deal with these guys the best versus the people that have your same uniform?
I won't say the best. I'll tell you what not to do at hour one, day one. Working off the coast of Thailand for Cobra Gold. First time working joint as a young dumb E4. Been up for about 3 days straight at this point, flying out and setting up. And I just want to go to bed. Turns out Marines have stupid rules about things like when the lights are allowed to be on in berthing. Young dumb E4 that I am, proceed to threaten the PV2 private that if he doesn't let me turn out the lights, I'm going to stab him in the face, and his gunny is going to find his body right next to my rack. Turns out that doesn't make friends, but it lets you assert your dominance real easy.
And then you peed on him?
Well, yeah. Obviously, you got to pee on him. Otherwise, people won't know he's yours. No, the biggest thing I've found is we don't speak the same language. Chuck brings up, shipmate. Yeah, we all speak a very different language in technical and in interpersonal. You Army guys will appreciate I've started saying tracking now, and I hate it. But it's that being able to find the common ground and really being able to understand what everybody else is saying.
So, Chad, what would be some of the goofy phrases that you've had to deal with?
all this shit about crayons. Really, it was all entertainment. My first deployment, I got broke off to what's called combat cargo. Our platoon, every platoon has to give up a Marine or two, and they put shitbags on it. And we had run out of shitbags, and they kept going to UA or workups, and so I guess I was the last shitbag. And so platoon sergeant called me in. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm in trouble. Calls me in. He's like, how do you want to make an extra $150 a month? I'm like, sounds good to me. I want to suck dick, but whatever. And he's like, all right, I'll put you on flight quarters. You're going to be with combat cargo. I'm like, God, I'm a shitbag. He's like, no, I just need somebody I can trust. I'm like, roger that. Cool. So yeah, I did that my first deployment. I was in so many fights because I was surrounded by shitbags, thieves, everybody that every platoon wanted to get rid of. And these are all Marines, all Marines. And I earned a lot of well, I'll use my words here. I gained a whole new level of respect for the Navy because we were part of the ship's company. And so a lot of what we did, be it flight deck ops, well deck ops, vert refs, unrefs, all that other stuff, we were busy doing something. We're always right there with the Navy. And it was all the sailors, the Airedales or the well deck guys that were kind of looking out for us. And I mean, they're looking out for all of us, but most of the other dudes weren't even like cognizant of it. It seemed like most of the time. Let's say I was surrounded by shitbags. I wasn't. There was like 3 of us there that weren't turds, and we had to look out for each other. But dude, they say join the Navy, see the world. Well, you see the world in the Navy. Like Lee's like the only sailor that doesn't see it every day, and that's water. Over 3/4 of the earth is covered in water, and that's the world you see. Join the Navy, get a job. Yeah, you're getting a job, all right. You're gonna be working like 20 hours a day. It's gonna be really hot, really cold. You're gonna be busting your back. You're gonna get your head knocked open by falling dogs every time you step through a hatch. Like it's hard work, like really hard work. And for a young Marine to come in cocky and going on his first deployment, to get humbled like that, somewhat, but to see that, man, military can be a lot worse for me right now than it actually is. I know, man. Like I guess I'm different. If you notice, I don't talk a lot of shit about other services because I don't. Like, it ain't for everybody. Not everybody's got to be a jarhead. Not everybody has a tolerance for bullshit being handed crappy equipment that I did. You know, to each his own. I looked at other services before I joined the Marine Corps, and I was looking at other services when I got out of the Marine Corps. I know I don't get my rocks off talking shit. Not about that. Now, I'll bust on other units in the Marine Corps, that's for sure. I used to talk about this little punk ass Firewatch take a shit from a squid. Hell no, he must have been 3rd Marines, dude. Had to been 3rd Marines. Fucking bitch. He got rolled by a Navy guy. But that's not directed at Lee. That's directed at another regiment. That's where it comes from. You know, like where I was at, we fought each other, and you know, we weren't wasting time with Navy. I think I saw like 3. No, take it back. The only times I ever saw Army guys, we had an attachment from when we were evaluating vehicles, the IFABs and all that stuff. And then later on, we were blessed to actually have 160th bivouacking on our helo pad out there, Horno, for like 2 weeks. And so every night, right at colors, they'd wait for evening colors to blow, and you'd hear the rotors spin up. They all take off face and fly off together. And then they'd set off all their car alarms in the parking lots, literally flying their little birds slowly blacked out through our barracks buildings every night. It was fantastic. It was so cool. Felt so prime time. But yeah, I don't know where we're going with that.
No, that's cool.
But dude, the funny thing is like we had joint. Here's one. We had this doc, and we gave him so much shit. We called him out for his prior service, right? And he came over from the Army, and he was I'm not going to fake the funk. He was down there at Ranger School, and he was an Op 4 guy at Ranger School, like permanent personnel guy. And he loved to talk all this shit about back at Ranger School. But we knew he was just like, he wasn't even cadre. He was just like a fucking swinging dick out there with a rubber duck rifle. Well, he was always talking shit. And the day that the 160th flew in, we were zeroing lights and lasers. I mean, zeroing range back behind our barracks, shooting into a cliffside. And you could hear the rotors reverberating in the canyon. It wasn't Marine. It sounded maybe Navy-ish. But it doesn't sound like Harleys. It sounds like crotch rocket stuff. And anyway, they crest the hill and looked up, and you're seeing probes and bulbs and shit hanging off these things. He's like, "Oh, it's 160th," and everyone's like, "Shut the fuck up, out for," you know. Somebody else is like, "No, that's 160th." Like, that really is, you know. And he was like so like justified and like vindicated because he was finally like taken seriously for like 5 seconds. Then he went and shut up about it. But yeah, I'll shut up now. Good thing I'm sober, huh?
I don't know. The story would be more colorful if you weren't.
Wife dared me. I couldn't stay sober for a while, so I'm trying to.
And Lee,
It makes me sound like a drunk.
yeah. And Lee, how do you feel about bell bottoms?
They're way more comfortable, and I can throw a LCR or whatever on the ankle way easier. So I'm totally down with it. We need to stop.
Oh, go ahead.
We need to stop stealing uniforms from the Marines and the Army and just go back to the bell bottoms. I'm good with it.
Hey, I will give him. I'll give him a nod on that one because, like, you jump in the pool and do their swim qual, which we have to do in camis. Like, the bell bottoms are bell bottoms for a reason, and like, you can't pull, you know, BDUs, whatever you want to call them. We call them utilities. You can't pull them off over your boots. You have to tread water, somehow take off your boots, tie the laces together, throw them around your neck, then get your pants off, then tie the ankles and blow them up full of air, swing around your head while you're treading water. Meanwhile, you got dodging tiger sharks or whatever. These guys can just pull their boondockers right off, or not even take them. Yeah, you take them out of their steel-toed, right? Yeah, there's a reason for those bell bottoms. They're actually functional. They're within their scope of duties.
Well, if you guys didn't catch the pre-show, Ambrosia Terrebonne AT was on for a little bit, and we discussed it, and we specifically talked about. My phone's ringing in the back. That's great. Specifically talked about bell bottoms and exactly what Lee just said. Yep, all about that ankle carry. Funny how that works.
It turns out the hip pockets on those are also the exact perfect size for either a flask or a J-frame tucked in. It's almost like somebody back in ye olde days had the same priorities I did.
What about a flask in the shape of a J-frame?
Find it, I'll make it happen.
Oh, you know what? I'm sure someone's going to make it now.
Better than a J-frame in the shape of a flask.
Yeah, this is true.
That shit.
Point, Phil. I'm just having a hard time picturing how you're going to be able to pack anything in those pockets without printing horribly.
I think I've got some pictures. I'll send them to you. It actually really does conceal very well because you've got 3 layers of wool between the gun and outside.
All right.
Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah, allegedly, it wasn't on base. I had to go to a funeral in my blues, and, you know, it's Arizona. Shit happens.
Hey, I'm cool. As long as wool's not code for something else, I'm good.
So, Mike, how about you? Anything stick out with dealing with other, I was going to say agencies, but branches?
Marines and Navy, it's the language. You know, Marines, we kind of speak the same. Well, let me take that back. Coming from an infantry background, your 03 series Marines, it's kind of a very similar culture. We give them a little bit of shit. They give us a little bit of shit. But we're talking head or bulkhead or port or hatch or starboard. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it left or is it right? Just tell me where to go. And, you know, but I can understand their rank. Navy dudes, it's like, okay, you got a bird that kind of looks like an eagle with 2 gears and a couple of hash marks. I don't know what that shit is. But if you're wearing an anchor, it's, hey, what's up, Chief? You know, Air Force, it's like you're counting their stripes and adding 1 pay grade to know who they are. But then you try to address them by their rank, and you're like, oh, don't worry about it, man. And it's like a corporate culture in uniform, and you can't get used to it because they call everybody sir, and you're going, dude, I'm wearing stripes. But, by and large, everybody makes an effort to try to understand each other. We all give jabs at each other and whatnot, but it's different cultures, different languages, especially again with Navy and Marine Corps. And, but for that matter, even within the Army, Ash will tell you he gives me shit for being an infantry drone. I give him a little bit of shit for his gay spurs and hat, and then we all laugh at the tankers, CDATs, computerized dumbass tankers, and they call me Crunchy. And, it's not just inter service, it's intra service. Everybody gives each other shit.
So that brings up something that's interesting that I'd be interested to hear Chuck's input on. Being within a specialized unit of the Army, compared to everyone else, have you been, obviously you've been treated differently somehow. What kind of differences in the cultures are there going from Rangers or whatever specialty you were in compared to general forces?
Well, the Rangers, when you get into units like that, you get a whole lot of arrogance. It just comes with the territory. So, from the time that I was a private, I was taught that, everybody that was outside of the Ranger Regiment was a leg. And that's a term that paratroopers use to talk about non-airborne qualified dudes. So you can imagine the kind of puzzled look on a dude's face when you're at the Airborne PX on Fort Bragg and you fucking tell a dude with a maroon beret on, you look him right in the face and knife hand him and say, "Get out of my way, you fucking leg." Like, whoa, wait a minute. I jump out of planes. No, you're a fucking airborne leg. Get the fuck out of my way. Like that rumples some feathers, man. It really does. But we were sequestered then, and most of the places where I was at, there was a conscious effort to keep us away and separated from everybody else. So, the only time that I had to play Army was when I went to NCO development schools, and we call those places, Warriors Leaders Course, Advanced Leaders Course, schools like that. We call those Ranger Appreciation courses because guys have to leave the Ranger Regiment. They've got to go to this Army school. They've got to play Army, do all the customs and courtesies, and memorize, the pillars of leadership and all this bullshit that doesn't apply to their job. And then they've got to play that game successfully and not cause, waves. And that's, we are more sensitive now about the joint combined operating environment that we work in, that we use places like the Warriors Leaders Course to see how our guys are going to act when we're not directly supervising them. So it's not okay to go to, PLDC and do 18,000 flutter kicks because you just can't be smoked by any of the cadre. And you spend the entire 3 weeks of PLDC fucking doing flutter kicks or in the front line and rest. Like that's what I did. Low crawled from class to class, but that type of behavior is now looked down upon because we've learned that acceptance by other elements is how you get operational freedom on the battlefield. So there's a direct correlation to being able to play well with others that gives you the ability to go where you need to go to strike who you need to strike. And if you start pissing in the Marines' fucking swimming pool, they're not going to let you go into Anbar province and fuck some dudes up. If you, and it's just, so now that there's a war on, that's what guys are keeping their eye on the prize. And that is, I got to get my kills. I got to find my bad guys. And if I need to play nice, make nice, be a good neighbor in order to go where I need to go to kill who I need to kill, then I'm going to play that game.
Cool. So Joe, with you dealing with a couple other branches and trying to, have there been any specific hurdles that have been more difficult than others in getting this task completed? Oh, and you're muted right now. Oh, still muted. And I cannot unmute you. Looks like it's all on your side. You broke the internet. It's true. I can go back to you. Okay, I'll go back to you. So Ash, you've put together some firearms things to directly affect the Army. Has any of it seeped into any of the other branches, or to the best of your knowledge, has any of this influence altered the other branches?
I don't know. The Glenn that runs Immediate Action Concepts actually works directly with the Air Force. He's been on the book. He was like early adopter of the book, so he's been using it with his guys. So I took of it to the Air Force Academy and helped train up their combat shooting team. So how far that's gone, how far Glenn's got to push it, we haven't heard any feedback, like direct pushback from any of the services, but we're not paying attention because we've heard rumors that they at least have the book. And there's probably more Marine guys that have read it than the Army guys. But so out there, a lot of the things that we're doing.
No, I think you're going pretty choppy right now. Am I the only one seeing it? Is everyone else getting it super choppy, or is it just me?
It's not just you.
Okay. Ash, your internet. You may need to disconnect and come back.
Yeah, I'll switch internets.
Did you just switch internets just like that? That's amazing.
Working it. It's the wife's fault. She just came home.
Oh, I think you're back.
Is it back? We'll try this for a second. When I first came in, way back in '95, I was an engineer. And I was only engineer for a few years. But at Fort Leonard Wood, what they were doing, what they were experimenting was having the equipment operators train inter-service training. So my first leader was a Navy petty officer. And one of the guys that I was going to basic training with was an utter, complete, inbred retard. So he couldn't understand the difference in between petty officer and sergeant. So we'd be going to class and we'd be learning how to do all this stuff, and he would call the petty officer sergeant. And petty officer was like, "Look, I'm a petty officer. Stop calling me sergeant." And like I say, the guy was pretty inbred and pretty retarded. So finally, the petty officer got a little upset, and he told the rest of the class that if he was going to get called sergeant, we were going to get called seaman, unless we figured out how to make this dude understand that he was a petty officer. So needless to say, we encouraged him at the barracks later to understand Navy ranks enough to not get called seaman on a daily basis. That's kind of I figured Lee would appreciate that story. And that's just some of the, going towards the lingo, just going towards the ranks. I mean, it starts there. And that's just basic respect, calling somebody by the rank. Like Mike said, the Air Force guys just kind of call you dude or whatever. But if you at least start the conversation by knowing the rank, that helps out a lot. As for Marine Corps, we're stealing some stuff from them. Eventually, maybe, hopefully, we're going to start shooting moving targets. We haven't done that since probably, like 1959 when we failed a lot. But they're doing a lot of work with the RHTT targets. And those guys pushing that so hard is kind of forcing it that way. And so rather than Marine Corps handing down stuff, they're actually getting ahead of us on a lot of things on the small arms side right now. I think my internet is screwed up.
No, you're good.
Oh, you're good.
I was
Okay.
going to ask you, Ash, if y'all had even contacted Quantico, weapons training battalion, to even had that talk, because a lot of stuff I was listening in on y'all's conversation earlier, it's like y'all are retreading ground, and that just kills me to hear. I mean, it's not like, oh, it's got EGA in the corner, it's ours. It's like, learn from other people's successes too. You don't have to just learn from their mistakes. And like, you know, it'd be great if y'all could actually powwow for once on their own, even if it's just over beers in a bar, getting some ideas from them, learn what works, you know, at Sawwest.
And supposedly there is somebody that's doing that sort of talk with Quantico. I was trying to go to the Gunners Conference this year. TDY was a pain in the ass because literally they decided to go on Thursday when the Gunner Symposium started on Monday. So getting TDY done that quick, we just couldn't get it done. I went a few years ago, picked up a bunch of stuff, was trying to get good comms going, but everybody that I knew at Weapons Training Battalion rotated out. The only time I see Gunner Wade now is when he's on the second Marine Division page. That dude is awesome. And that's just, we're not trying to retread that ground, but literally we have to explain to the ice giants. And I'm sure you've heard Mike and I talk about the ice giants. We got to explain to those guys why we even need to shoot moving targets. And because we're like, hey, the Marines are doing this and they need this cool thing. They've already got this worked out and they've got this and they got this understanding and reticles and M27s and this is how they're using it and blah, 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 blah. And then the target guys come down. They're like, hey, the Marines are doing this with our targets and these guys are doing this with their targets. And we're like, hey, we need to do that. And this guy's like, why? And you're just like, oh my God. And so literally we don't need to retread that ground. We send some guys to Quantico and hang out with them and kind of see what they're doing. And no, we're not going to go buy a bunch of KD ranges and start shooting out to 500 yards and all that sort of stuff. But on actually whacking shit, then get those lessons learned and sit there and get all that stuff together. And it would just be much easier.
I agree. But it's good that y'all are at least having those discussions because, you know, Quantico can kind of be incestuous, like an island to itself. And I never really understood that until I was well enough out of the Marine Corps and working for state and then always being down at Quantico and seeing what they're doing. And the guys that I worked with for state had all come from Quantico for the most part. To see like the wealth of knowledge that they had there, like, I mean, they were the stuff you were seeing being put up at the time at that time frame was like whenever Magpul Dynamics came out and they're showing off all this hot rod shit, right? We got these old school guys looking at it, just laughing. They've been on Marine Corps for already for 25 years. Like, dude, we were doing that shit in the 80s, like straight up 80s. Yeah, thumbs forward, yeah, elbows flared out, 3 9 o'clock, yeah, been doing that shit for 30 years. It's like, well, why wasn't that being taught in the fleet? Because the dilution is so bad, the institutional inertia is so bad, and everything. It's just like, man, I want somebody to take advantage of what they got at Quantico because, like, the knowledge is there, the ranges are there.
Yeah, at the conference that I went to, and that was 2013, during the SRM portion, they talked about deleting turns. I don't know how that came out, but and that was a big thing for us. We're like left turns, right turns, and we're doing all this high speed shit. And the Marines were like, and we're not even going to teach that anymore. So I got one of the gunners off to the side and I was like, hey, explain this to me. Cause we put a lot of priority in this left turn and right turn shit. He goes, do I need to teach a Marine how to turn left? He goes, do I need to turn right? He goes, turn right, shoot the shit that's in front of you. Turn left, shoot the shit that's in front of you. I don't need to teach him that. I don't need to waste the bullets on it. And it was one of those things where you're just like, huh, good idea.
A bit.
But that's the stuff that we shouldn't have to be telling stories on PNS about. There should be an actual, some dudes that talk to those dudes, that talk to these dudes, and we all kind of hang out and that information gets not even consolidated, but that information gets passed around, and it doesn't take 15 years to get that stuff going out.
Mm-hmm. See, like,
and it just that's one of the amazing things.
I would challenge you that if you were to go to some support unit or whatever, and without any block of instruction, have them shoot left and right and see where their footwork is, they would be all fucked up, because institutionally, those fucking morons don't understand how to mitigate recoil for rapid successive semi-automatic shots. So that's easy for a gunfighter to tell another gunfighter, oh, just turn left. Oh, just turn right. But they're going to turn their head, their rifle, their torso, and then only as much of their feet as they can to get generally fucking aligned up with no natural point of aim. And they're going to start breaking shots. That's reality.
Can confirm.
We say it all the time. Like,
yeah, close quarter marksmanship is about moving the fucking combat chassis and orienting it towards a new threat in the least amount and most efficient way possible, least amount of time and most efficient way possible, so that when you arrive there, you are lined up natural point of aim with the ability to fucking mitigate that recoil. And the support person just doesn't have that. They don't understand what makes a stable firing position, so they're not going to even pay attention to what their footwork is doing.
See, I'm with you on that. And like in our courses, in our carbine, even pistol courses, we spend an hour and a half doing off-axis, off-angle. And that's all hand jive, just twist the torso, then gets into foot jive and layered, right, into pivots and turns. Within the Marine Corps, what they did probably 12 years ago is they generated tables for their field fire. They just call it field firing. Anything that's not like KD rank is called field firing. Well, they have tables, and so once you get into those tables, they're no longer worrying about that they're saying left and right. But like depending on MOS, never shot them. Only worked with the guys that created those tables. But there is a layering aspect of it to where they can plug and chug as needed for the target audience or units, I think.
If bullets are an issue, then you work positional during dry fire anyway. Yes. So they should be fucking dry as an entire squad, ready left, ready right, ready left, ready right. And then if as a leader you can see their position is built up, well then, yeah, the squeezing the trigger is just whatever. That's the last part of that. So work the building up of the position after movement prior to the actual squeezing of the trigger to save yourself on your strap. I got no issues with that at all.
I don't know. Over at the couple times I've been through Pat Rogers' carbine courses, that turning, it's hard.
This feels wild boys can't dance. And it turns into line dancing. And it's funny, I was just thinking of Uncle Pat, because first time I ever saw him, he was at an SOTG and we were out there training. And he was running that carbine operators course for a very long time, closed courses for the Marine Corps, doing all the same stuff there. And all the guys like Jack Luba and his cohorts that rewrote the programs, they had all been students of his and other people. They definitely drew from there.
Move when you're moving, shoot when you're shooting, turn when you're turning.
As someone who's in one of those low-level units right now, it's funny to hear you asking Ash about, oh, hey, have you gone and improved in this way or that way? Because I got to read the manuals before they came out, and I messaged Ash immediately after going, please bring this to my people because we need it. We don't have it. We don't have even basic proficiency when it comes to how we set up our gear. You know, the drop leg safari, there's always at the non-gunfighter level, always improvement, and we're bad. We're really bad. If I could get this panel to go teach the way to the Navy for about the next 200 years, I think we'd maybe get to where Ash is now.
So, Joe, do you remember what the question I had for you was?
No, man, I was completely overcome by events there for a second, so you don't have to.
The internet hurt
send
you.
it to me again.
So basically, you're dealing with. So you have a background in the Army, infantry specifically. You specifically also are dealing with the other branches and training them. What are some of the hurdles that you need to overcome in dealing with them, or their mindset, or anything?
All right, so with speaking to my JSFA course, I have an adult audience. Generally, lowest ranking in JSFA course tends to be an Air Force captain. I've had everything from Air Force captain up to Navy boat commanders at one point or another. Like, I had a guy who had never touched an M4 before and was a submariner by trade. Take what Chuck was saying with having your pogiest pogue unit ever, just institutionally doesn't understand what the hell needs to happen. Put that in a 05 pay grade and give me roughly to get them squared up on something before I have to take them to a range. So I'm fighting, generated by my unit, I'm fighting where officers aren't always known for listening to their NCOs to a certain degree. I'm dealing with people that have a lot of times zero frame of reference. Or if they do have a frame of reference, it's similar to what we deal with PNS as a whole. They have bad frames of reference. Well, this SEAL taught me this on a deployment 6 years ago, and so forth. And it leads to good times. They can be a challenge as an instructor, all those pieces, and just getting them to take something away from whatever it is you're putting out that day. It's pretty nice.
That sounds horrible.
Well, I've done worse jobs. I honestly would rather be doing that than be back at Fort Drum just cycling guys through JAG so they can get chaptered for smoking spice. So, it all balances out.
And Phil, there you are.
Yep.
So dealing with all these new people, how have you had to deal with any people coming from different branches?
Yeah. Not uncommon to get reclassing soldiers from other branches. Currently have a couple. Actually, right now I have more than I've ever had. In this class, we have, I want to say 6 or 7, 3 of which are E5s. All of them are engineers for some reason. We have a CB, we have an Air Force heavy equipment operator, or prior CB, prior Air Force heavy equipment operator, and a prior Marine engineer, all E5s, and they're all getting it. We're leaning on them pretty heavily because if they're going to be an NCO, if they're carrying that rank over, we expect them to act as such and thus take some sort of leadership role. And they're all living up to the expectations we're giving them. They're doing good things. There is typically less to worry about with those guys, not necessarily from some of the shooting side, because they just haven't done it to the level we expect them to as infantrymen. And if I have 2 priorities in basic trainees, by the time they graduate, they need to be familiarized with 220 something tasks. But if they can't shoot and they can't PT, then we have failed them. Those are my 2 main priorities. And so getting these guys who are typically in decent shape to shoot well, we're already starting at a higher level than base, if we're just bringing a civilian off of the couch who was raised in front of an Xbox.
From the law enforcement world, or at least in the experience that I've had, there have been some, I wouldn't say it's apprehension, but there's some cautiousness about bringing someone on from another agency because they were trained slightly differently, or they have different mannerisms or different procedural whatevers. There's definitely some training scars. That's where I'm going. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely some training scars there, especially in the shooting. This prior sailor that we have now, had handled an M4 like once, or an M16A2, I think it actually was. The Air Force, prior Air Force guy, had shot a little bit, but their course of fire is very different than ours. Their methodology is different, and it's taught by guys whose main job is not shooting, versus my infantrymen, drill sergeants, all of my drill sergeants are infantrymen. Their main purpose in life is being physically fit enough to get somewhere to shoot things, and lead people who are physically fit enough to get places to shoot things. So it's a big difference coming to that from a place where everything is test based for promotion, like in the Navy, and you can be very, very good at your job, but if you test like shit, you're never going to promote. You can be highly qualified as a heavy equipment operating CB and never get anywhere other than that. Whereas in the Army, there's a lot more room for upwards mobility, even if you're terrible at your job and you stick around long enough sometimes. So different mindsets. There is some of that coming from other places, but we stomp on it pretty hard. And for the most part, the prior service guys are there for the right reason. They want to learn. They want to do the right thing by their instructors and their trainers. And because of that, we don't have to worry about them typically. I personally have not dealt with one with a bad attitude or who was there for the wrong reasons, and I'm probably lucky for it.
My brother-in-law, who passed away a couple years ago, he started as a Marine, and we talked about it a lot. He started as a Marine, enlisted Marine, wound up going officer, 19th Special Forces. I think he passed away when he was the XO. And it was interesting, our discussions. And again, my background is not at all military, but it was interesting discussing with him what the cultural differences were, going from a Marine to Army, and then specifically Special Forces. Interesting stuff. And it's also interesting hearing the comparisons with Marines, saying on the Army side, the closest thing would be probably like Rangers.
My younger brother is a Marine Corps officer. He is a ground intelligence officer, which means he had to go through the infantry officers course and intel school. So he's still a pogue, but at least he's an infantry pogue. And it's very interesting to see the difference, because IOC in the Marine Corps side, the officer progression is hugely different than it is in the Army. There's a lot of the same subject matter, but the way you go about it is very different. And IOC is the equivalent of, or at least our equivalent of Ranger School, in terms of the amount of stuff you have to do in the environment you have to do it. It's not a perfect comparison, but that shit is hard, and a huge attrition rate is the result. And so obviously very, very proud of him for accomplishing that. And he was telling me about it, and I'm like, yeah, that shit sucks. I'm glad I'm not there with you.
And you're not getting paid very much, I understand either.
He's a single second lieutenant. He's the most overpaid creature in the military.
Chuck, any thoughts on that? You had some pretty deep nods on that.
Yeah, that Marine Corps officer thing, like I said, anytime you accomplish something that's really, really hard, that's where that natural elitism comes in. That's why West Pointers look down on ROTC guys, because West Point was hard. It was hard being sequestered on that base and not being able to go drink and be in a fraternity and get laid and do all those other things. It's a Spartan lifestyle, going to Army college for 4 years. So when West Pointers see other West Pointers, they're like, oh, hey, there's somebody else that didn't get laid until the end of their junior year in college. Hi, buddy. And they're fucking ring knock each other, right? And so Marine Corps officers are the exact same way about that officer infantry course. It is the premier school within the United States Marines. Those fucking guys protect that as their crown jewel. And so then when they come out of that, they're going to get that level of arrogance that comes with that as well. The most arrogant creature on the planet is a Marine Corps pilot, because they not only are a pilot, but they're a Marine. So that's like a double entendre of fucking arrogance. No offense, Dwayne, if you're listening.
But their hair is amazing.
Even Dwayne's?
Hey,
They took his hair at Marsoc.
Dwayne used to have hair. It was burned off when this ejection seat. So anyway,
Sick burn.
but
Waka waka.
the Marines are the
Literally.
hardest. The Marines are the hardest to deal with. There has been several written accounts where in Afghanistan, Joint Staff Headquarters have said that it is easier to integrate coalition combined forces to work with the Army in Afghanistan than it is the Marines. So the British Army is an easier battlefield fucking partner than the United States Marine Corps if you're in the 82nd. They're extremely difficult to work with. We have tactical operations centers, and then in a joint headquarters, you have a joint operations center. But because the Marines are all about fucking fighting wars, they have combat operations center. So because they're in combat, we're in fucking combat. This is our combat operations center. And it just goes, it feeds into this whole thing. So, when you've driven your ass through downtown Fallujah to get to the Army, to get to the Marine Corps base, and you need to talk to the commander about going out, doing an op that night, and you run into Lance Corporal so-and-so, and he's got, however many general orders that have been burned into his soul since Paris Island, and you're not on his access roster, he doesn't want to let you go in. But you got to talk to the commander about conducting a mission that night in the battle space. So that takes about an hour to an hour and a half to unfuck itself, because he's not letting you through. And so you've got to call some people who got to contact the Marines on a SATCOM radio and tell them that you're waiting outside. And so then finally a fucking officer will come out of the combat operations center and tell the Lance Cooley to go ahead and let us in. So you go inside and you're already hot, you're already pissed off. And that's when, your sergeant major goes ahead and says, Combat Operations Center, huh? Hey, what's going on in the cock? We got some combat going on here in the cock. This is a really great looking cock. And every fucking Marine, like you could just see the Forrest Whitaker eyes, like, and and you look at the sergeant major, and the sergeant major looks at you. He goes, "Have me wait outside for another hour and a half. I'll fucking got something for these guys." So, but the struggle is real. Like I have tried to coordinate on the battlefield with the Marine Corps, and they are difficult. They're so difficult. So you just, as long as you know it though, and you plan for it.
Well, but even before we started this, I think it was it yesterday or today, we were in our chat, like it was kind of our chat discussing this upcoming podcast. All the panelists were there. We were talking about, okay, we're going to talk about this. There was a certain member of that chat who was putting out all this information, and clearly a Marine officer.
Clearly.
And he's in chat right now. And he said, hold on one second, where did it go? And he said that what you were talking about as you're waiting outside, that Lance Corporal will legit fight you.
That's a fact. One time we really needed to get in. We actually walked around like the token concertina thing that they had around their skiff, and we cut the wire in the back and opened it up and came in from the backside of the TOC and like lifted up the tent and like crawled in. Like, "What's up, cock?" They're like, did that dude just climb in the back of our tent? Because the Lance Corporal was not letting us in, and we didn't have the phone number to call this unit, whoever we were at. We can't fucking wait anymore. So we went and got bolt cutters out of the back of some guy's armor that he had in his car. We opened up the trunk and got his bolt cutters off the back of his armor and went and snipped the back wire of the skiff and went in that way.
It's like sneaking into the circus.
Yeah. Oh, it was sneaking in the circus, all right.
Okay, someone top that. And a bunch of people just shake their heads no.
So I already admitted I don't have a whole lot of joint experience, but I got a couple of moments. I've never deployed, not for lack of trying. It just hasn't worked out for me. So I'm not going to fucking talk about anything in combat, but I've done a shitload of training on strikers for an imaginary deployment that still hasn't happened in that unit. And so I was on anti-tank guided missile strikers for way too long, the ATGMs. And when I first got over to Fort Carson, we were transitioning 1st Brigade, 4th ID over to strikers. We were a brigade commander's asset, and thus we were left to our own devices to go figure out how to train on our own because nobody wanted to actually incorporate us while they did their own training. And so our commander had us, after all of our new equipment training was complete, we had sort of our validation ride. I'm not sure what you'd call it at that point, but we convoyed out to God knows where, the bottom of Fort Carson, on just this like 6-hour movement, just so he could make sure that our drivers knew how to drive and we could talk on the radio and stuff, really basic stuff. And the route that was planned got closed down by range control while we were on it, because the Air Force was doing bombing missions on the bombing range in the south of Fort Carson. And it just so happens that gate was still open for some reason. And so we're driving through on a main road, and for some reason there's this F-15 just circling overhead. We're passing a tower, and suddenly some JTAC looking motherfucker is giving us the finger and telling us to get the fuck out of there, as something explodes in the distance several hundred meters away, and they realize we're there. And we literally physically can't go any faster. So we're just on a bombing range with an F-15 flying overhead, getting cussed the fuck out while a JTAC is, I'm sure, calling somebody. Never heard a thing about it again. Just something that somehow got swept under the rug and nobody ever got in trouble for.
No one got hurt. So
no one got hurt. But I guess either the Air Force didn't have the right phone number or they didn't tell on us, but definitely pissed off some people driving where we really, really were not supposed to be.
At least you didn't sneak under a tent.
Yeah, there's that.
So we don't have any Air Force reps in here today.
I don't know if he's going to show up. There was one planned.
Because Phil mentioned JTACs. All right, so one of my deployments, OEF-6, had a really squared away JTAC. Good dude, took care of us with what needed to be taken care of. Great guy. Even loaned me his Whoopie one night when, for situations out of my control, I got separated from my assault pack with my Whoopie in it. Great guy. That being said, for me, my experience, every fucking JTAC I have dealt with since then has had great hair, and I wouldn't follow him into a whorehouse with a buttload of money. Just imbeciles of the highest level. They might be really good at calling in the air, but everything else they have going on, not turn this into I hate the Air Force, but I took some out when I was up in, was out of the fog with a couple deployments back, and they had 320s. They had a bunch of smoke rounds that they wanted to shoot, and the deal was I run the range for them, and I could get my guys some 320 shooting because rounds were short, all that stuff. fairly sensible big boy range brief of see that big berm of Hess goes. All right, don't shoot anything over it. Please, the first flipping round that the senior JTAC lets off sends a yellow smoke hurtling out into the atmosphere straight over the damn berm. The guys, I guess, doing the right thing said, oh, hey, he marked it for us. Just boom, 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 boom. And so the range got shut down. Tom Pratt got in trouble. JTAC slinked off, did whatever they do, combed their hair. It was good times.
Played some golf.
Yeah. Went to their awesome hooches, But again, JTAC's previous deployments, definitely made us some money. So I can't hate on them too bad, but it's kind of safe at any speed.
So how exactly does that work? You have the inner branch relationships like that, where you have multiple branches working together in small groups. Are they all at the same standard as far as firearms use is concerned? Are they all qualifying the same?
No.
I'm guessing that's a no.
Yeah, no, they'll have as part of their pre-deployment prep, they have to qualify on their weapon systems. So they're going to do whatever their service qual is for their M9 and their rifle. And that's another thing you need to know, is that any Air Force guy is going to come with a pistol and a rifle. I've never seen an Air Force person in any ground assignment that only had a rifle. So they've got pistol and rifle. Now, some of your Air Force dudes, so your TAC-Ps and your controllers and your PJs, obviously they get a lot of small arms weapons training as part of their pipeline, because they're traditionally ground Air Force people. Air Force security cops, same way. All right, they've got a ground combat tactics squadron or tactics flight that runs small arms training for them. The ones that you have to watch out for are your ALOs. Your ALOs are your pilots that are doing ground assignments. And so one of Dwayne's big things that he did was he was with MARSOC out west, and they just lucked out that they got this, super competitive 3-gunning, F-18 officer, so he could hold his own. But if it was Joe Shit, the Hornet pilot that had never fired a weapon before other than his 9mm qual every year that he was in the Marines, the guy doesn't have a culture of weapons experience in the background. So when you get an ALO, they're probably going to be the least tactically proficient tactics wise for ground tactics and rifle marksmanship. So
is there a potential liability there then?
Yeah, but they're normally not in a place where they could get themselves hurt. ALOs don't they don't go out all that much. Primarily, they're back in the talks, watching the screens and stuff, because a lot of these missions, because of the drones now, a lot of the controls are actually being done from back in a TOC. So there'll be an Air Force TAC-P, and he'll be in the TOC when a rifle company is in contact. He'll be back in the TOC with a battalion commander, and they'll have a drone up overhead, and he will work up a Cas9 line and drop 500-pounders for that company commander from back in the TOC, as opposed to having a controller down with that lead element. Now, most company-size elements will get a controller pushed down to them if they're going to be out on a mission or whatever. But if it was something like a stupid logistics patrol from point A to point B that got in a really, really nasty troops in contact situation, they might not have an Air Force certified JTAC on the ground with them. But their higher headquarters most certainly does. And all that guy needs is a drone to visually clear the battle space and work up his own fire mission grids and shit. So your ALOs are designed, they're there to advise commanders on Air Force capabilities or Marine capabilities or whatever. They're not They're not there for the purpose of calling in, ground casts and marking their position with smoke and shit like that.
The other side of that, and also hugely important, is they speak the right language. And this goes back to one of the things we were talking about before. There is definitely a different language when calling for CAS or CCA or artillery. And to the infantryman, to the grunt who is calling for it, hey, I need a thing to blow up over there, and I don't give a fuck how it blows up. But the resourcing is different, and the people that are bringing you those resources speak different languages between the Marine Corps and the Air Force and the Army, and potentially the Navy, and all sorts of things. And those JTACs and those ALOs and those joint servicemen are the ones that translate what you on the ground need to the people in the air and the people in the at the battery and wherever the hell else, and whoever's providing it for that sector. Because as a soldier, you may be getting very, very possibly a Marine artillery battery, because they're the ones that are there. And if you have priority for some sort of joint operation, you have priority, and you still need to be able to tell them what the hell you need.
Hey, Phil, are you talking to us from a sleeping bag?
No, but my finger was on top of the microphone.
There it is.
I'm glad it wasn't just me, because I'm deaf as shit. So
What?
yeah, my normal isn't everyone else's normal.
I thought he was wearing a gas mask. I was like, man, that dude's
There you go. That's what it sounded like. Yeah. It's a nice new earball.
voice meter.
Did any of that come through?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It just was muffled.
Gotcha. Yeah, my finger was on top of the microphone.
Damn officers. Yeah, it's funny the difference.
I was holding the phone wrong, like Steve Jobs.
It's funny the difference between military officer and police officer. Completely different. Completely different. Now I remember someone saying, and I don't know if it was a ModCast, it might have been Chuck, and this had to have been a year or two ago. Something to the point of that Air Force wants to talk to Air Force. That. Yeah, if you need to call in something, put the Air Force guy on. We don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, that's a JTAC.
Yeah. So there's a qualification that you can go through to be JTAC qualified, and so there are SF guys and there are Rangers and some others that are qualified JTACs as an additional duty. The problem is that it's very hard to maintain proficiency because you have to do so many controls in order to stay current. So if you're the only guy in an organization that's a JTAC, it's kind of like being the Special Forces medic that has to stay up on their ATLS and BCLS certs for their paramedic license. You're the only one that gives a shit about your paramedic license expiring. So, I mean, your chain of command, they're going to care when you go non-current, but they're not the ones that wake up in the morning and stretch and say, hey, I wonder if Chuck's paramedic license is going to go fucking bad this month if I don't give him the time off to recert for ACLS, BTLS. So you've got to have somebody who is a proponent for that type of sustainment training that can think about it for your entire group. So an SF group is like, okay, we're going to get CAS on this day. We're going to bring in these Air Force SMEs on this range, and group wide, every person that's a JTAC that needs controls must be at this range. If you don't have somebody doing that for you, the chances are you're going to have a bunch of non-current JTAC people. And it doesn't really matter. The Air Force, as long as they get initials for somebody to be responsible, they'll drop some shit, man. I mean,
they're down for anything. I just like to be included.
I've seen some really, really, really high burden of proof calls for fire, and then on the low end was the 101st fucking scout guy that took a polar plot off of a handheld Leica and a Garmin E-Trex and fired an MLRS 1,000 pounder into the train station in fucking Ramadi. on an infitter. And I was like,
true.
I was like in the hide, I was like, I can't believe that fucking call for fire is going to go.
If it's stupid, but it works, it ain't stupid.
Oh.
Yeah, I've talked in some okay stuff rotary wing wise, but I have to say I've not got to blow up a grid square. It's still on the bucket list. I'm running out of time though.
The only time they ever gave me the radio, it was in a cast trainer, and I was just a role player reading the script. I might have told this story before, but fuck it, I'm telling it again. I'm not going to tell the whole thing. I'll abridge it. I got through my first script as a LAR company commander. Went to second script, and it was a Stapleton sniper team, and call in a salute on a enemy manpad team, SA7 or some shit. And so I call it in, and I'm working through the script, turn to the next page, and there's nothing. Somebody had pulled all the pages for the rest of this script. So I look at the observer controller, major. Look at him, I'm like, Lance Corporal don't know. And he's like, wing it. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? He just told me to wing it. I have the full attention of the cock in the other room. And so I flipped back to my other script to get the 9-line right. But I requested fixed wing, of course, for a manpad threat. That got denied. I worked all the way through MAGTAF, everything, 155s to 81s to 60s, then back up again. Finally, they cleared me hot for 155s, and they asked me what my flavor was. And I requested botulism and nerve agent. No shit, I did. Finally, they cleared me hot for shake and bake. At HE Airburst, Willie peed on them. And to really rub it in, I adjusted 4 times and then gave them fire for effect with repeats. And then they requested BD8, and at that point I was spent. I was all lightheaded in my own puddles. And so I look at the major again. I'm like, BD8 is like battle damage assessment. Oh yeah, got it. So then I broke into my best fighter probably voice. And I was like, yeah, right, everything into the radio. Came back. I was like, wait 1. Now belay that. Wait 2. Came back to them and I gave them their much required and wanted battle damage assessment as being to be advised the enemy is broken, bleeding, and fleeing naked in the open. He keyed up twice, and all I could hear was laughter in the cock. Finally came back on, and he said, be advised, don't ever say that again. Mission complete, whatever. And then that was it. Well, we put away all our scripts, walk in the other room, and the entire chain of command is standing there looking at us. I mean, for the entire MAGTAF. Looking at us. My company commander, of course, they didn't have names over the radio. My company commander and my platoon commander sitting there like, we fucking knew it was you, Mercer. And I got fired. I never had to carry the radio ever again. They weren't going to let me get anywhere near it.
And that's why you're on ModCast.
I'm on ModCast. Once I get to radio.
And also as the guy who wrote the article about words meaning things. Ironic.
Yeah. Hey, Lee, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I cut video for a second to shove my face.
So was something like when we talk about tribes speaking different languages and stuff. So he mentioned the salute report. I know what it is. I know Chuck knows what it is. Phil, all the Army guys are going to know. Is that something that you would have any idea what we're talking about? And I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just kind of trying to push the dialogue towards, shared languages.
A salute report?
A salute report.
I got nothing, man.
Yeah, and see, and that's like, to me, I'm sure Chuck, Phil, Ash, like that's shit that is beaten into our head, Mike, beaten into our heads from an early age. Like we just instantly know what the hell you're talking about.
That's basic training level.
Yeah. What I run into as an instructor, right, when I'm dealing with Navy and Air Force personnel, myself a lot of those little things like that I just instinctively, whatever know from doing this for so long. I have to remember that I have to stop because that guy who was a submarine commander does not know what in the hell a salute report is. So I have to break that down to him. So the language thing, I guess, is where I was going with that. Everybody speaks a different language, and the simple shit can jam you up when you're working in a joint force.
I'll even go a step further than the language. Who you're addressing and how you need to address them changes in regards to what authority does the E5, the E6, the E7, the O2, 03, 06, 07 have.
Oh, shit. Oh.
Right, rather I.
Yeah.
No, it was an eye-opening experience serving on a vessel. The Navy is very much a class system, and things that we take for granted, like the platoon being a team, platoon leader, platoon sergeant, 4 squad leaders. You go to chow, you talk about how you're going to accomplish the day's tasks or whatever. The second day we were on that fucking ship and they figured out the Army rank and realized that our platoon leader was eating in the fucking E6 and below mess on that aircraft carrier, that shit went straight to the captain of the ship. And the regimental commander for the 75th Ranger Regiment came down and said, "Officers, stop eating with your men. You will eat in the officer's fucking mess." And we were like dumbfounded. We were completely fucking dumbfounded that our platoon leader could not eat with us. The kid's fucking basically out of college. The only difference between him and a fucking PB2 is the PB2's already been promoted twice. Fucking yeah, so we had to make some other arrangements. Then what was some other shit? Oh, so we started exploring, right? Because we're on a ship for the first time, so we're going to go explore, check some shit out. Well, we start trying to go to the top of the crow's nest on the island on the side of the aircraft carrier. There's some shit in there, whatever. So we fucking keep going up hatches and ladders and hatches. And we finally get to this place and we pop out and the fucking tile on the floor is red. And apparently this is 06 and above tile. You're not allowed to step on it if you are not a full bird, right? And it's like the secret bat cave passageway from like the captain's berthing so that he can get to the combat operations center or up to the bridge. And that's like his super highway so that they can like page the old man and he can get where he needs to be. And they catch us in fucking Ranger panties and black t-shirts and jungle boots fucking walking up and down this motherfucker. And when you try to play it off, you're like, "Hey, have you seen the chow hall?" You're like, an E4 walking on the 06 fucking shit in green jungle boots, Ranger panties, and black t-shirt. Then the officers' berthing areas were guarded by armed guards at night, and they would shut the lights off, just like Lee was saying. They'd have like lights out time, and they'd shut the lights off. And on a carrier, especially because of the fact there's a hangar deck, there are basically 2 super highways that go port and starboard from fore to aft of the ship on each level. And so those are your main thoroughfares that go up and down. Well, on one side is officer berthing. So you have to transition over and go all the way to the starboard side of the ship to be able to get to the fore end of the front end of the boat, because it's blocked by fucking armed guards. And that's to keep their officers from getting fucking prison shanked because they're such assholes, I guess. I don't know. But
real quick to interject, were you on when they had the race riot, gang riots going on the big decks, Chuck?
Yes, I got into it. We got into a fucking fight. We got into this huge fucking brawl on the America. Several hundred people, a fight, several hundred people in size. And it started out with our Ranger cooks. The Ranger cooks probably made up about 30% of the black people in 1st Ranger Battalion. So there was, I'd say by 1994 we probably had 10 African Americans in 1st Ranger Battalion, and I'd say probably 4 of them were cooks. And so the cooks were there. There was a couple white guys and a couple of our black cooks and a couple of our white cooks, and they were doing boxing for PT. And they've got some gloves and some head rests. Well, this group of fucking snipes are off shift, and they're cutting through the hangar deck, and they're all African Americans wearing their dungarees. And this one starts running his fucking mouth. Y'all don't know how to fight. Y'all motherfuckers don't know how to fight. I fucking, blah, 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 blah. Fucking being a fucking jive ass motherfucker. And so somebody's like, hey man, you want to put some fucking gloves on and go? And the guy's like, I ain't a fight. I ain't fighting, but my boy will fight y'all. So he's like, yep, I got it. Y'all want to throw? Let's go. So we fucking slap a head fucking thing on, and we put some gloves on, and it's Army-Navy boxing night. And the shit just starts to grow. The crowd just starts to assemble. And it's a lot of fucking people. I mean, a lot. And so this one cat, he ends up getting beat by the Ranger. Bottom line, Ranger fucking boom, 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 hits him, and the dude fucking drops to a knee, and he fucking punches the Ranger right in the junk. And we didn't have the waist belt padded shit. So the only thing protecting a man's package is his Ranger Silkies. And he gets a fucking boxing glove right in the jujulo, man. Fucking bow, bow. And he comes down like Thor's hammer, and he fucking hammer blows this fucking Navy guy that's kneeling in front of him. He hammer strikes him on top of the head. And the kid that started it all, the little black snipe from the Navy, he comes and runs out with no gloves on and fucking jacks this Ranger in the side of the head with a fucking haymaker out of nowhere, man. Totally sucker punches him. And the entire hangar deck loses its fucking mind. And it is just fucking assholes and elbows. Motherfuckers beating the shit out of each other. And there's probably at least 2 Rangers for every dude in dungarees on the hangar deck at this time. But the funniest part of this entire fucking shenanigans, this wholesale fucking ass whipping that's going on this ship, is I look over in the melee and I see this black guy in a flight suit, and he's from the 160th. He's one of their fueler guys, and he has jumped up and grabbed the net of a basketball net, and he's trying to pull himself out of the sea of bodies. And he has a Ranger on each leg, and he's screaming as he hangs on. He's looking down, and he's going, "I'm in the Army! I'm in the Army!" Because Ranger didn't give a fuck. Ranger was beating everybody's ass. And that went on for probably 5-7 minutes. Just straight fucking ass whipping. Fucking romper stomper shit going on. And then these fucking Navy cops showed up out of everywhere. I don't even know where the fuck they came from. Had these little badges embroidered on their shit and some pointy hats with like some nightsticks like this long. And obviously ain't been to nightstick school, because first place that nightstick went was in the fucking noggin. I just walked in there like, boop, 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 whack-a-mole. They just started fucking cracking, splitting. He was right up the top of the head, man. Boop, 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 boop. And just like fucking 6-7 of them just waded into 200 people fighting and just started splitting fucking skulls. And then it was just like, fuck, po, run. And fucking, dude, every hatch opening, fucking dudes were just running, man. A whole hangar deck fucking panic ensued, like, shit, I'm gonna end up in the brig, fucking some water and bread in this motherfucker, fucking I'm out. And yeah, man, fucking struggle was real. Joint operations on the USS America.
That is the best thing I've heard in so long.
We were in Bahrain, and I was stuck on Force Pro out on the pier. They have this pier there. It's like a mile long. Like they could put ship ass to nose, like 6 ships. Well, I'm at the brow, and I'm checking bags, make sure nobody got a bomb or drugs or whatever stuffed in their bag. And it's getting close to 2200. It's like, all right, we're securing to 22 tonight. And it's like 2130. Nobody's showing up. It's like, oh, that's going to be rough. Everybody's going to show up at once. 21:45. Nobody's there. Like, all right, something's gone down. 21:55. We start seeing this mob coming down the pier all at once. What the fuck? Dude's shirts are torn up, like bleeding all over themselves and stuff. And it had happened. Like, everybody was drinking all day at the alcoholic support unit there. Everybody goes to get on the charter buses or the shuttles at the same fucking time. And you had like 4 ships there. And you had who knows how many guys that were just stationed there drinking that night. And everybody's trying to get back to ship before securing liberty. And it was so bad. They were fighting fast company. They were fighting companies permanent personnel there. The Gurkhas, the Gurkhas just stayed out of it. They started to pull knives, but then they called in react with shotguns, and it got totally out of control. Like, you had platoon sergeants in the middle of it. It was fantastic. And so, like, we're just like waving dudes onto the ship. Like, got a bomb, so what? Whatever. Just get on the ship. These dudes were fucked up, and they had fucked up. And the crazy thing was, it was Army, Navy, or not Army, Marine Navy from our ship, from the Duluth, fighting all the other ships. It was like, one ship, one team fighting everybody else. They just fucked everybody else right off. It was awesome.
Did you say the Duluth or the Dubuque?
Duluth.
Oh, okay. I helped.
It's a cool reef now.
I helped decom the Dubuque, so gotta ask. That thing was a piece of shit when I was on it. 40 years of you guys peeing on everything, breaking everything.
It's not pee.
It's the culture.
You people.
No, I'm sorry. When we're on the boat, it's you fucking people.
Dude,
you're the reason.
It's green side versus blue side. Anytime, the ship's steam turbo generators lost power again. Cut off the power to the Marines. When we're in the dark, no AC, no nothing, the Persian Gulf, yeah. And y'all are there, and you're like, I got my fleece on and my wool watch cap pulled on because it's too cold. Somebody put duct tape over the vents on our cage fan in the corner because it's too cold up here. We're down there, got dudes taking IVs and shit. Yeah. You really want to fuck up this Navy guy's day? Is throw chem lights at the little scuttle on the side in the middle of the night. Break up the chem lights, throw them right at that little scuttle. Oh, yeah.
So for people who don't know, our float coats have chem lights on them. You go over the side, they automatically activate. We start going man overboard, and if it's a floating chem light because some Marine got bored and wanted to stir up some trouble because he's been sitting in berthing for 2 weeks.
Seems legit.
Yeah, we get a little pissy.
Yeah, we got in trouble for that.
Yeah. Oh, good times.
What color are the chem lights? For the sake of education?
Fuck you, Phil.
Hey, man, I don't touch boats. That's your shit.
It was either red or green. We used both red and green because they were chem lights off of our shit. Marking our Zodiacs and stuff.
Yeah, I walk places for a living. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
No, I'm
red for
airborne
your
qualified.
right side and green for your left, or for your right.
Right?
Yeah.
I got it. Jumping out of another fucking plane.
I got another joint story for you. Chuck was talking about it's easier to work with other services than the Marine units, and I totally believe this. When we went to Darwin, and we were training with their diggers up there at Kangaroo Flats. But we had to cross-deck all of our equipment and all our bags over to the flat top, over to the Tarawa, because right after that we're going to East Timor. Well, Motor T was late as usual, and about 3 hours late. And so we were late getting out to the training area. We finally get out there, and we're feeling like assholes because you don't ever want to be late anymore. Now our whole unit's showing up to train with these Australians, and we're late by like 4 or 5 hours. We show up, and these dudes just don't care. Like, absolutely do not care. Turns out they went to the bar at like noon, and they were drinking beer all afternoon before going to the field. I'm like, what the fuck? They're serious as shit. That's what they did. And those dudes were able to step off and go to the field and be tactically proficient after drinking beer all afternoon. It's quite amazing. But fast forward, we're doing live fire exercises, and they don't. I don't think they believe in SDZs at all. They have a whole bunch of Outback and they just shoot it up. Well, we were doing break contact stuff. It was awesome. You know, it was a squad fire maneuver range, or staggered column moving right up the middle of the range, and it's not clean, pristine range like a Marine Corps range. I mean, you got trees down, they got termite mounds. They said something about shooting them, and so we're just patrolling right through the middle of it, having to crawl over and under stuff. And of course, they have all these crazy Ivans set up on robotic targets. They start popping up, contact front, get online. Found a couple times when they called break contact, we're bounded back. Dude, we're diving over shit. Dudes are willfully shooting into termite mounds, sending ricochets everywhere. Like, we're just having a ball with it. Well, we set fire to this joint, like totally set fire to this joint. These trees get so hot, and Chuck and I've talked about before, like I don't even know what kind of tree it is, but it gets so hot that like its flash point's really low. And like, they'll just randomly catch fire. Well, they really catch fire if you just shoot them. And so, like, we start this huge fire. I'm like, oh, shit, we're from California. Like, wildfires are bad. And the Aussie's like, I know where he's pissing off. We're like, roger that. So what do the Marines do? We DD Mal 200 meters down range and start pissing on this wildfire. They have to send a truck down there to stop us. It's hijinks. But you talk about language differences and challenges, just different mindsets. When you start dealing with Marines and foreign units, it couldn't be any further. Just totally bipolar experience. Yeah.
We need to get Mick Brown for that.
They're great dudes, though, but man, it's funny to see.
Yeah, get Mick Brown and Murray.
A unit that was so, yeah, it was so good to see. I'll say it's so good to see them. It was interesting for us to see a military that was so relaxed. Because, in the Marine Corps, you're like so uptight. Every little thing, putting your hands in your pockets and get you killed. And these guys don't give a shit. Like, absolutely don't give a shit about anything. Like, they take siestas during the day because it's too hot. Who the fuck does that? Not us. We'll train through it. And then we end up dropping half our squad for heat exhaustion. And they're just laughing at us.
Yeah. Air Force and Navy really don't give a shit about your hands in your pockets either, turns out. Which I support, but the myriad of sergeant majors that run around the Joint Readiness Training Center, I've had to talk to more than a couple because one of my Navy students was disrespectful because he was talking to his sergeant major with his hands in his pockets. Why don't you fucking fix them? I don't know what to tell you here. Shit.
So my first week down here, first month down here, big conference going on that my command's a part of, and being the junior guy, I get voluntold, oh, hey, go hang out, check attendance. Hanging out in the hallway, BSing with the guys who are coming in, and I have some civilian go, oh, you're talking to a W3. Why aren't you at parade rest? And I got the Forrest Whitaker eye, and the W3 sees me and goes to intervene because he knows he'd worked with us before. But I may have beat him to the point with, I'm sorry, we don't do that gay shit. What the fuck do you want from me? And I
want you to stand at parade rest. Shit.
Well, yeah, and I don't fucking I'm having a conversation. It's like this. Fuck no, I'm not saying. Yeah, you're not.
We can't hear you unless you are standing at parade rest. That's how that works.
There's this little button in the small of your back. Takes two hands.
There's this, there's a very true thing to that though, because whenever we first got on ship, that caused some issues. Nearly caused issues for us because we're standing around trying to stay out of everybody's way. So be basically hanging out on the mess deck, playing cards or whatever. And I remember distinctly one day, it was a chief was getting into one of his sailors' asses about something, about being obviously this dude was a shitbag, and he's getting in his ass, and he was, he didn't have a crow. He was straight up seaman. This dude straight up there, his hands on his hips, gave him angry wife hips. His hands on his hips, and he's like, listen, dude, to this chief. And it was just record scratch. And we just look over and we look at this brown shoe chief. We're like, all right, chief, fucking kill him. We won't tell anybody. And he didn't do anything until he took it. And we're like I'm looking around like, dude, we're about to beat these dudes down. Like it was so offensive to us to see a guy disrespect his staff NCO in front of everybody. Like it was so counter to us, everything we did. And it was really like an anger button for us to hear, like you're talking about like all these E's and O's. Like we don't use those vowels. Like it's their rank. Like we don't talk about pay grade. We talk about rank. And so like to hear people address each other by their pay grade, man, that was like nails on a chalkboard. Like to this day, it's still kind of like, gives me a little bit of Forrest Whitaker eye about it.
Yeah, that's also something different between the Army and the Marine Corps is everyone E5
yes, I know where you're going with
and
this.
up is Sergeant. There's no G. There's SAR and apostrophe T. Until you get to Sergeant Major or First Sergeant, that's what it is. And I was in airborne school when I had my first like actual experience with a Marine Corps NCO, and he was a staff sergeant. And I called him Sergeant. He's like, "Oh, sir, thanks for fucking demoting me." He's like, "Wait, what? No, the fuck? That's a thing. That's just a different culture."
Yeah. So, like, I'm used to, and probably everybody else in the Army, like, if someone in the Army addresses you by staff sergeant, or that is usually someone who outranks you, reminding you that they outrank you and they're about to push your shit in. Right.
It's
so
your ass,
I was
usually.
in Kuwait on this last deployment. Yeah. Getting ready to go over the berm. So we're stuck at Camp Buren doing bullshit training. We go and there's this guy and he's pitching whatever class it was. And he's retired Marine, and he kept talking to me and he kept calling me Sergeant First Class. And at the time I didn't know he was a retired Marine. So every time he'd say, "Listen," or "Hey, Sergeant First Class," I was getting fucking more and more just fucking irate. Like, I don't know who this guy thinks he is or what he's done, but I don't give a shit. We're getting ready to have words. And then he finally introduced himself. "I'm retired." Oh, okay. I'm going to dial the rage back down. Yeah, that shit drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm. Well, some to understand, and we've talked about this before, is that like in the Marine Corps, like you don't get a raise, you hopefully get promoted someday. And the vast majority of Marines, especially in infantry, you're doing jobs that are like three layers above what you're being paid to do, both in money and respect. And so when you do eventually, like I chased corporal for 2.5 years, like literally chased corporal for 2.5. There was nothing else I could have done to up my scores. Everything's maxed out, still chasing it for 2.5 years. Like they just don't promote for anything. So you have guys holding what should be a staff sergeant billet as a corporal, and they might pick up sergeant within 6 months of getting out. And so that's why, that correct rank is up on the shelf, in the corner, and no dust ever touches it because, it takes so long to get it. Like it's beyond even earning it. It's just, you're teased with it for so freaking long, dude. 10 points, 15 points. You have to wait till the next quarter. It's bad.
Yeah. And
they're finally fixing it.
I get it.
They're talking about fixing it.
Marine, and he's in uniform, and I know what's going on. Like, I got it. And I run into younger Marines, very respectful, Sergeant First Class. But yeah, this guy, like, one, I was a little bit pissed that I even had to take my guys to this class, because what he ended up, now I remember, he ended up pitching a class, and it was basically the rifle FM from 10 years ago in a fucking PowerPoint that any one of my team leaders at the time could have instructed circles around. But I had to sit my guys there because it was scheduled training and contractor, and they were getting paid and all that. And he just, whoo, you still there, man?
Me? Yeah, I'm still here.
No, is Ash still floating around?
Oh, sorry, he cut out there. I thought he was talking about.
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, man. So I got a question for you. So in my organization, we're based off of so I have a CAV,
God help you.
battalion commander, even though it should be SCO, all that stuff. Do you guys call or address E8s as Master Sergeant? Is that something normal in your particular piece of the Army?
Yes and no, because a lot of times the Master Sergeant is running around. Where's your First Sergeant about 3 days ago? Because we don't cycle out a lot. So that dude was probably a first sergeant for the past 2 years, and then he goes to the S3 shop. So you don't want to be like, oh, you're just a sergeant now when you were first sergeant fucking killing me fucking 3 days ago. So kind of the master sergeant kind of floats in there. It's like 19 Delta E8 slots. I mean, we did the math on it, and I think we're about maybe 6,000 19 Deltas, maybe a little bit more. So you figure E8 slots, not that many. So it just kind of floats around in there.
About 4,600.
All the units I've been in, this one. Go ahead, Chuck.
He said 6,019 Delta slots, and I said about 4,600 too many. But
yeah, something like that.
Scouts should not be seen; they should only be heard. Like, why aren't you 60 kilometers up by my flot?
Right.
Why am I looking at you right now? Take a tow
weapon.
Take a tow Humvee and this launch I packed for you, and head west, young man.
Go that way really far. Yeah, that's what we thought we were going to be doing. Before the war started and everything, they're like, good scout never fires a weapon. We're doing like LPOPs, and we're doing the sneaking around shit. We're doing booty cap. And then all of a sudden the war starts, and they're like, hey, you're landowners. Go drive around. And, they dropped us off. Speaking of joint service, we chased the Marines up into Baghdad, and we did the relief with them. And so we caught up to them at the cigarette factory in Slaughter City. And the right seat ride was, hey, when you're going to chow at this spot, the wall is broken, so sprint. We're like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're like, no, sprint. Anytime you're right there, sprint. We're just like, okay. So the dudes, they start lollygagging through there because they're not running for shit. And every time the Marines get to this spot, they're like, dude, and haul out. A couple of our guys go walking through because they didn't tell us why. So a couple of our guys go walking through, and here goes fucking Sniper Steve, pew, 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 trying to shoot fucking guys walking through this little spot. And we're just like, that's why you sprint. So that was the whole left seat, right seat ride. And we're like, oh, Army's here, we're out. Boom. And they pop smoke. But we get to solder, and they're like, patrol. And we're like, okay, what are we looking for? And they're like, just patrol. You're looking for
establish a presence.
What are we reconning for? And they're like, you're reconning for bad guys. So that's where we started using reconnaissance by drawing fire. It's not really a doctrinal term, but it sounds really cool. And that's where you just drive around and wait for somebody to shoot at you. So that was
movement to contact.
That is a term.
The infantrymen call that movement to contact.
Yeah.
Move out, drop fire. Yeah.
And a couple of years ago, when I first got down to Benning, they were doing Scout of the Future. And they were talking all this stuff, buying drones and doing all this fucking bullshit. And I'm like, hey, we need to start shooting guns. We need to get more allocation for bullets. And they're like, why? Good Scout never fires a weapon. I was like, okay, go across the building and tell all these lieutenant colonels and colonels that we don't do that shit. They're like, well, what do you mean? Like, well, you have us being landowners and you have us going around doing all this shit, and everybody wants to do these raids and stuff. But we're not trained to do that. Well, we're not supposed to fire a weapon. I'm not supposed to be raiding a fucking compound and doing outer cordons and fucking doing dumb shit. They're like, no. It's the is that. I'm just like, okay. So we're either shooting our guns or we're not shooting our guns. What are we doing? We don't know. It's fucking craziness.
There's a question from the viewers. Hold on one moment. I have all these screens that are open. Of course, I can't find it now. The question is it a poncho liner or a whoopee?
Yes. Yes, it is a poncho liner or a whoopee.
It is a whoopee.
Depends on if it's your supply sergeant asking or not.
If it's your supply sergeant, it would be liner, poncho, camouflage.
One
Say
each.
it like that.
Packing list that said would be pushed down from battalion. Just saying.
You should be conversant in both.
You got to know what you're paying for when you want to keep it after you're done.
I think Chuck had some experience with that.
No, somebody brought up a good point in chat here about the senior staff in the Marine Corps and how they end up where they end up. I think a lot of the cross wires between services, when we talk about Marine first sergeants and stuff, a lot of those first sergeants aren't combat arms dudes. They end up coming from wherever else in the Marine Corps. They get shoved around all over the place. And so you might end up with a dude with all his time on the grunts or snipers or recon that ends up in an air wing whenever he picks up his diamond. And so that's probably a good way to start off the wrong foot, both within the battalion, those first sergeants and adjacent units that have to interact, because that dude's having a hard time adapting to where he's at. So if that makes any sense, I don't know how it works in the Army, but that's how it pretty much works in the Marine Corps.
So in the Army, it's by CMFs, Career Management Fields, 11 series being infantry, 19 being armor and cav. So what you're telling me, in the Army, it will be an 11 Zulu, a senior infantry sergeant, skill level 5, E8. And he's going to be a first sergeant in an infantry company unless he gets a headquarters company. You're telling me it's not the same in the Marine Corps?
Not all the time. Not all the time. It's demands of the Corps. Like I was graced enough. My unit was graced enough to where, like, my very first sergeant when I first checked in, he was a Force Recon guy. The second one, Force Recon guy, actually, Sergeant Major Booker. He was my second first sergeant I had. So both of them straight out of Force Recon. Then I got a Scout Sniper as my final first sergeant that I had. We were lucky in my boat company, but other companies within my battalion, they had admin dudes. And they had, well, actually we had 3 Force Recon guys and 1 admin dude in those first sergeant billets. And the same thing can happen in sergeant's major too within the Marine Corps. As I understand it, it might have changed. I've been out a hot minute. So.
See, that makes no sense to me coming from the Army, coming from combat arms. The first sergeant's role is obviously discipline and enlisted manpower and all that shit. But the first sergeant's role is also to be the sanity check and the advisor for the commander. So how's the first sergeant supposed to advise the commander in training if he doesn't understand the formation and what the formation is supposed to be doing?
Because they've got a company gunny. Like the first sergeant is truly an administrative assignment. So they have taken our ops sergeant major CSM relationship and they've pushed it down to the company level. So company gunny, he talks the talk. First sergeant is just fucking NJP and fucking bullshit. So you guys know that. And it hurt me at a fundamental level, the lack of respect that Marines had for a first sergeant when I was a first sergeant, because I was a first sergeant when I was an AWG guy, and they're like, first sergeant, fuck, whatever. And I'm like, man, I've always heard you guys are very, very respectful of fucking seniors. And they're like, well, you don't understand. Fucking first sergeants are fucking pogues here. They aren't subject matter experts. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I am. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, double dog. Okay.
Like where we got lucky was that those Force Recon guys that were all peers at the same time. These are all guys that go back with Sergeant Major Devaney, who's in the forms. They had that strategic mindset of we're going to take over this corps someday, and so they went first sergeant route so they could actually go sergeant major. Typically, guys like that will go to master sergeant in that branch so they can stay infantry combat arms and just be the crusty old dude with tons of rockers and tons of respect. So it's what they want out of the rest of their time in the Corps if they want to be strategic or tactical, I guess, if that's the right way to put it.
So I've got a question prompted by our belligerent Marine officer. At what level should the SMEs be at? For us, it's E5, maybe some E6, and the Navy chief on older gear, depending on their career path and how long they've been there. But generally speaking, it's the E5 and the E6 who are the technical experts.
Ash, you and I were talking about that today.
Absolutely. The Army says different things, and what's in the book and what's ground truth are two different things, as we know. But if you look in Army ATP 3-21.8, the infantry platoon and squad, it describes the fire team leader as a subject matter expert. It describes a squad leader as a subject matter expert. So, yeah, again, ground truth and what's in the book are often two different things, but they are supposed to be the subject matter expert within their element.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem is we're not holding them accountable for being that guy. So we tell them he is, and we do it, but then we don't have any testing, we don't have any stuff. And Lee will probably correct me if a guy is, rated as that SME at whatever level, technical level he's supposed to be at. If he's a turd, he gets fired and he gets sent away. Whereas we just go, you'll get better. Go to the school that teaches you what you should have learned already, and then you'll be better. And that's part of where our problem is. We just don't hold those dudes accountable for it.
Oh, he's a good dude, though.
Accountable. Well, we don't hold them accountable, but we don't prepare them before they get there either through the proper training, the proper schooling, the proper grooming, even within their units.
Well, what I will say to that, and just from having to listen to Ash and Chuck for so long now, not just tonight, but for months, there's way too much on the plate. There's not enough training time and every day and throughout the year for all those soldier core tasks. And so how are you going to cultivate somebody whenever they have to learn how to not, do dirty things to each other and to people they might or might not know, like don't touch people and whatever y'all call that stuff. We didn't do any of that because we had no women around. It was awesome. You have to cultivate subject matter experts. You can't just say, hey, you're a staff sergeant, you're the subject matter expert, because that's right. That's the moment that takes full effect. And that's where you get these little empire builders that just start making shit up and winging it. And because they're staff sergeant, they're right. I served with dudes that had college degrees, and we started out T1 together in boot camp. And we had dudes that were like high-level shooters on the civilian side that came through, and guys that had all of this other experience that really kind of cultivated into something awesome. And so within 2 years of being there, some were being cultivated, others weren't being cultivated. There wasn't enough. It got so bottlenecked. And so where young leaders should be trained up, they're not, because there's not boat spaces. It's all reliant on a boat space to actually be a leader. You just can't be an awesome saw gunner and get a chance to become an even better saw gunner that knows even more about it to be able to teach the next guy behind him. We're supposed to learn our job and the jobs of the guys 2 positions or 3 positions above us. But truly able to do that and execute that. Like, I didn't know shit about guns whenever I got out of the Marine Corps. I had to go to actual school for it. But just listening to the Army side for so long on here, I can try to empathize as best I can. I'm so jaded from my Marine Corps experience. I don't want to project too much on y'all.
So to answer the sir's question, in theory, the NCO support channel is supposed to be advising the commanders all the way up. So during platoon collective task live fire exercises, the company first sergeant should be speaking during that after actions review. And it shouldn't be, hey, your guys' camouflage looked shit. You needed to reapply camouflage in between your blank fire and your live fire and put on more natural veg because it fucking wilted. That's a fucking piece of shit. What he needs to be talking about is, platoon sergeant, your fucking triage of your casualties was dog shit, and you lost 5 minutes on the LZ getting your guys out because you didn't have them fucking lined up properly. oh, by the way, fucking weapons squad leader, you fucking shifted the guns way too early, and first squad had to fucking low crawl an additional 30 yards without machine gun support to take out bunker 4. Fucking platoon leader, you need to be looking at keeping that 60 millimeter smoke longer prior to calling it off because you lost obscuration during breach. Those are very tactical, like fucking bullet statements that are being given about how you are employing your force in the profession of arms. And the first sergeant should be every bit as smart as a company commander about the tactics of employing an infantry platoon and squad on the battlefield. And that guy should be using his multiple years of experience to augment the company commander's comments reference to live fire exercise. A company first sergeant is going to be about a 15-year guy, whereas the company commander is going to be about a 6-year guy. When you look at how many platoon live fires each one of those people have witnessed or conducted, first sergeant is supposed to be that SME. When he becomes a battalion command sergeant major, he's talking to a company commander and a first sergeant and their platoon leaders and platoon sergeants about how shitty their combined arms fucking company live fire exercise look and ways that they could improve their fucking organic and supporting fires. That's what those NCOs do. And people that allow themselves, NCOs that allow themselves to get relegated to beans and bullets are NCOs that lose that tactical relevancy. As long as you are speaking intelligently, the officers are going to let you speak. And as soon as you stop speaking intelligently, the officers are going to put you in the fucking corner with a coloring book. And you will be working manifests and fucking log requests until you fucking retire.
I love that you refer to him as the sir. What was that? ModCast 14 when you first started doing that? It's one of my favorite episodes.
So from the officer's side, to address that, as a company commander, I expect a lot of my NCOs, and I expect far more of them than I would my platoon leaders, because platoon leaders are there to learn, at least for the first little bit. They're coming in with the basic officers course and some ROTC or one of the academies or whatever, but they've never done what they're doing right now. Whereas that squad leader has been a team leader. That platoon sergeant has been a squad leader and has been a team leader. They have a basis of training, a basis of understanding that I should be able to assume. Should is an evil word, assume is an evil word. But when I go to one of my PLs and I say, here is your mission, here is what I need you to do, here is why, and I give him his op order, he should immediately be turning that over and running it through his NCOs to make sure that he has a common sense check. He should be trusting his platoon sergeant, not just to make sure that the casualty collection point is taken care of and that they have food and ammunition. He should also be saying, hey, does this pass the sniff test in terms of a plan? And it's the same thing with me and my first sergeant. The first sergeant is there to keep my angry, freaking overtired and just waggly tail self from doing something stupid and getting people hurt by being a common sense check who's been doing this 3 times as long as I have or more. That's one of his major functions, is to advise me if I'm fucking stupid and I'm smoking some crack. And on the other side of that, he has to support his NCOs and make sure that they are getting the education they need to do all of this, and to make sure that the officers who are ultimately accountable for everything are not getting people hurt and killed. So from what I was talking about with Ash this morning, in terms of non-commissioned officer education, really the last time I care about something that a sergeant or an NCO in general can do is at Sergeant E5 level. That's a team leader. That is a true and last shooting leadership position. And after that, it's a lot more about coordination, a lot more about maneuvering a force and maneuvering teams and coordinating with left and right elements. With a staff sergeant, I need them to be able to be a subject matter expert in what their teams are doing, how to employ their saws, so that way they can make sure that their team leader's doing it right. How to employ their machine guns, their 240s, if they're a weapons squad leader, or if, as a platoon sergeant, I need to make sure that they understand how to maneuver squads and are making sure the PL knows how they're maneuvering squads, how to run the logistics for a platoon-sized element, and how to be that common sense check. So the subject matter expert levels change. It really changes topics the higher up you go. A Sergeant E5 team leader needs to be a subject matter expert in shooting a damn saw and shooting a damn rifle. He has 2 or 3 dudes under him that he's pulling through combat, and he is shooting as he is leading. Lead from the front, do all of that wonderful, like, propaganda stuff that you really do need to internalize in order to live that life. And as a squad leader, you need to be able to do that and lead that twice. You got 2 of those under you, and you got to make sure you're the guy that is making sure that those sergeants are doing the right thing. So I don't need a Sergeant E5 to be a subject matter expert at planning and running a range. I need him to shoot. I need him to know what his team needs to do. I don't need a squad leader to be a subject matter expert at, I don't know, some other next complex task. Yeah, he needs to start learning it because he's going to be doing it eventually, but it's not necessarily him who's going to be doing that platoon sergeant job unless platoon sergeant goes down, which is why he's not the SME yet, but he's getting to that point where he can assume the role at some point. So everything is everything is a step for learning. And if you're not doing that learning on non-commissioned officer side of the house, on the officer side of the house, on the junior enlisted side of the house, if you're not there to learn, you're irrelevant.
Yep. A little bit of a difference.
Real quick, sorry to jump in, Chad. At what point do you expect, or at what level do you expect the platoon sergeant to be able to do the platoon leader's job?
So I was fortunate with I was a platoon leader for 21 months, and I had I had 3 platoon sergeants. And at any point with 2 of them, I could have just been not in the equation and the platoon would have run. Not necessarily as easily, because there's different things that we have to be thinking about between PL and platoon sergeant. We have to complement each other. We have to work together as a team, really as equals. And if any PL starts to argue with that, he needs to be punched in the fucking mouth. Commander and first sergeant are, in terms of decision-making capability, should be treating each other as equals and peers. Same thing with PLs and platoon sergeants. They should be treating each other as peers and equals, even though they have different focuses in different parts of the job. The platoon leader position, and this is Phil Axelrod and no one else saying it, I think is kind of, it's not unnecessary, but it's to build commanders. A platoon leader is there to learn and to take accountability for something as practice. It's especially that second lieutenant platoon leader. You're expected to make mistakes. You're expected to learn. And that's why you are handed somebody with 12 to 14 years in the Army on average for a sergeant first class. And if they got to that point faster than that, then they better be good at it too. So I expect the platoon sergeant to know everything the platoon leader has to do and to be able to assume that role in a pinch, even though the platoon leader still needs to learn the accountability side of it, learn the planning side of it, and run that from that perspective. But if he starts being a problem for his platoon sergeant, who is far more experienced at exactly what he's doing, then that dude needs to be addressed. I think I rambled a little bit. I'm sorry. I got to wake up in like 5 hours. So I'm at sort of that point of the night where.
If you need to take off, we understand though.
I appreciate your commitment.
I mean, did it answer the question?
Yes, sir. I just, we had something, it might be an issue dealing with last organization I was in, where there seemed to be extremely low expectations of platoon sergeants. And Chuck has talked about this before. Oh, go ahead, sir.
I think that's going across the Army right now. The last organization I was in also was putting a lot more emphasis on officer-led formations and officer-run, not even led, but officer-run formations. And I think that's doing a huge disservice to the non-commissioned officer side. And it is the responsibility of both the non-commissioned officers and the officers to fix that problem. Ash, you were talking about this during the machine gun modcast, and I was cheering for you in the truck listening to the damn thing. If non-commissioned officers aren't going to step up, officers are going to get into roles that we traditionally have not held. We are supposed to know and be familiar with everything we do. We're supposed to be able to do it at least to some sort of extent, but we are not machine gunners. Yes, I shoot a machine gun to qualify, because if I don't know what a machine gun will fucking do, how the hell am I going to employ them when I have a bunch of them in my various weapon squads as a commander? Like, I need to know the capability of it, but I'm not a gunner. So the point where Lieutenant Axelrod was stepping in to instruct machine gun ranges and M9 ranges and M4 ranges and everything, because he was the gun guy and he was the guy that gave a shit about marksmanship, and he was the one that was building the troop and the company plans for training NCOs to run this shit and teach this shit. There was a major problem there, and it got done because we're not going to let the organization fail. At least I wasn't going to let us fail because the NCOs didn't know how to do this. I trained the trainers. Was it the PL's job to do that? Absolutely, because otherwise we're going to fail. It shouldn't have been, but when it came right down to it, somebody's got to do it.
Yep, and that goes into there's no victims, there's only volunteers.
Yep.
A lot of the NCOs have been saying that the officers been taking over their stuff, and I don't know how that goes across the services, but you hear NCOs being like, "Wow, that's NCO business. That's NCO business." And when the NCOs gave away being that subject matter expert, because rather than being out with the platoons, we were checking Facebook in our platoon offices when we all started getting computers, and the platoon sergeant never left the office. we gave that away. It's not that the officer corps took it. It's just like Phil just said, there's missions that have to be done. There's things that have to be done. There's things that cannot fail. We were allowing them to fail. So the young officers stepped up. And then where the problem comes is now those guys, and we'll just use Phil as an example. Now he's Captain Phil, and now he's the company commander. So he is used to running everything. So he has no confidence in those NCOs. And now, it's just a turn of event because he learned that as a lieutenant because he had some weak-ass NCOs as a lieutenant. Now he doesn't expect it. Now he's deep into NCO business. And then he becomes Colonel Axelrod. And then now he's, he doesn't have, he's affecting an entire battalion. And is it the officer's fault? No, it's the NCO's fault.
I mean, don't you put all of that evil on me? Because so again, just me, I had some great fortune to work with the NCOs I've worked with. I've had a lot of luck, especially compared to some of my peers that I've observed in terms of the NCOs I've got. We had in my first platoon, we had by far the best gunners on our trucks. And it was because Staff Sergeant Barr and my platoon sergeant, gave an enormous amount of shit into making sure that they were the best. And then they started getting taken from us. So we trained the next group and they started getting taken from us. So we were, filling the rest of the company with quality, well-trained soldiers at every level we kept getting the refuse to fix or the new guys to train up. It's not that relationship that I've been fortunate enough to have with most of the NCOs I've worked with, not who have worked for me, not who I've worked for, or I worked with them to build these organizations and to do this work. A lot of them care very deeply. but they're not given the opportunities to fail. They're not given the opportunities to figure it out. They're not given the education system to get to that point where they can articulate what the difference is between officer and NCO business. Those lines have been heavily blurred. There is, I mean, I personally don't think that, and it's just me not letting an organization or any mission fail, but it's all leader business. And if we're not working together, focusing on our various areas of expertise, where on the officer side, it's planning and administration stuff and training management more than anything. On the NCO stuff, it's people and it's the stuff they're carrying with them. If we're not working hand in hand to make these go together, we're both failing.
Yep. And that got two things that kind of leads into. One, on one of the little tiny groups that we have floating around, I put up a question the other day. You got 3 days to train leaders. And all I said was leaders. You have 3 days to train leaders. You have 60 rounds per man. And it's marksmanship oriented. What do you train leaders on in 3 days? And some of the responses, and we're not going to get into the responses, but a lot of the responses were based on teaching an individual task, right? It was specific that this was a leader development type thing, right? Whether it's a little class, professional development, whatever you want to call it, because I didn't put it into a real context. You had 3 days with leaders. It was all focused on individual tasks and shooting, right? And they were trying to spread these 60 rounds out because I only had 60 rounds, and they're trying to get the most bang for the buck out of the 60 rounds. Rather than talking about training management, rather than talking about STRAC, rather than talking about how to coach guys how to shoot better, it's things that leaders need to be able to do. And it was all individually focused, right? Shooting is great. Everybody, primary and secondary, we talk about shooting, we put targets up. Shooting is awesome, and it's important, but your leaders need to know how to build shooters. And it's a harder thing, but it's an individual task. As a senior leader, I don't care if Timmy knows how to use a compass. I'm not sitting there going, okay, and Timmy's going to do his pace count, and Timmy's going to do this. I go, hey, squad leader, go from point A to point B. Make it fucking happen. Whether he goes there at GPS, whether he goes up there at compass, how he manages the squad, I don't need to be thinking about that little shit. Go from A to B and get there on time. And that's kind of where things kind of slip off the tracks. And that was, and that group has some pretty smart dudes in it. Mike's got a story. Then my second thing I'm leading into, Mike's got a story of, we'll just call it a classic goat fuck. And Mike doesn't talk about it a lot. Mike works at, does range stuff at Bragg. And we get pictures of all sorts of shenanigans that are happening on Bragg. And we pick on the 82nd a lot just because they're 82nd and they earn it. But we get a lot of the inside scoop from that. And so Mike's telling us stuff all the time. We're just like, what the fuck is going on? Right. And it's not just the 82nd. It's across the board. Finding pockets of great outstanding training is few and far between. So I'll let Mike tell a story here in a second. But his story, the one that he's getting ready to tell, he told me basically earlier, it's a classic, complete leadership. I don't know what's going on, winging it, just like Mercer said, winging shit, making shit up. And that's just kind of where we are. And it's across the board. I'll let Mike tell a story.
Okay, I'm gonna keep my anger sharks at bay, unlike the machine gun ModCast. This is a trend that I've seen in my current employment, and it's like Ash said, it's not just the 82nd. I've seen it from other places as well. We'll say we've got a platoon-sized objective, and it's routinely used for squad-sized elements. And the commander will come in, okay, here's the laydown, here's your range fan, here's your SDZs, blah, blah, blah. This is what we can support. What do you need? Yeah, I'm doing platoon live fires. Okay, cool. I want 3 buildings. I want these 8, 9, 12 targets. I want between the 3 buildings, I want 2 no threats. I want 7 threats. And I'm doing the monkey math in my head. I'm like, oh God, okay. So then they come in and they do a squad attack. Some have been really sexy and decided to work in a wire breach. So with one squad, usually with a machine gun attached, one squad leader, and say your rifle squad is fully manned. You got a 9-man squad, you got a 2-man machine gun team who is located in a support by fire position, not maneuvering with the squad. So now you're maneuvering 2 elements and controlling a third. You're attacking a platoon-size objective with multiple structures. You've got anywhere between 8 and 12 defenders external to the structures. You've got anywhere between 5 and 9 defenders internal to the structures. And they're assaulting the structures, they're entering and clearing rooms, they're shifting fires, they're bounding fire teams. Some of them will do casualties and CASEVAC and all this. And, I'm told you're not allowed to insert yourself into training. You're here to facilitate training only. And I'm sitting there going, oh my God, where is any of this doctrinally sound? Everything we do in the United States Army is rooted in doctrine. Part of that doctrine is, if you can, in an attack, is 3-to-1 odds. You're attacking a force that's larger than your own. Then you're doing 7 different collective tasks in the course of one live fire iteration. You can't build a medal as a squad. Medal is mission essential task list for those not familiar. You can't do an entire medal with one squad. You damn sure can't do it with one squad leader. But we're validating a squad leader who's breaking multiple doctrinal principles. And he's getting validated and certified as a squad leader. While he's getting validated and certified, his team leaders are learning to use these TTPs, or tactics, techniques, and procedures, instead of being doctrinally rooted. The Joes are learning by doing. So what we're doing is we're breaking 3 generations of non-commissioned officers: the squad leader, the team leader, the Joe. And it hurts my soul to see this shit happening, because I remember, I'm a dinosaur, whatever. I remember in the 90s, we had this book called the 7-8 RTEP. Chuck probably remembers it. And when you did when we did a squad live fire, I remember being a Joe in a rifle squad, we did a wire breach, or we did battle drill 1 and 1 alpha, squad react to contact, hasty attack. Or we would do a react to contact, break contact. And we would do the entire medal. But you can't move a fucking mountain in one haul. You got to take it one load at a time. And I get it. What Chad was saying earlier about all of these other training distractors. You've got this class, that class, the other class, the 12 online classes that are required annually. You got 14 dudes in your company that are deficient in med pros, meaning they got to go get their yuck mouth looked at, or they got to get their yearly health assessment. You got another 2 or 3 or 7 dudes on profiles, so they're hurt and can't do stuff. But my God, let's make effective use of our training time instead of stuffing 13 pounds of shit in a 3.5-pound bag and saying everybody here is wonderful because you did it safely.
Well, that's a remnant of exactly what we were talking about and why we're moving to this new qual. Everyone's looking at a modern battlefield and taking the context, or taking it completely out of context in terms of how we're fighting and how we're supposed to be fighting. It's just, it gets to those extremes where if it looks cool, we do it. If it's, the guys that are joining the Army because they played Call of Duty, because it's the best recruiting tool the fucking DOD's ever come up with, is funding that nonsense. It looks cool. It seems like this is the type of fighting we're going to be doing, but if it's not, you're exactly right. If it's not rooted in doctrine, then you're just jerking off on a range.
But that's where your non-commissioned officers should be stepping in. Your non-commissioned officers should be stepping in and saying, "Sir, I know what you're trying to accomplish, but we can accomplish the same thing. Instead of doing one 30-minute live fire iteration, we can break it up into 3 10-minute iterations and isolate these collective tasks, isolate these small skill sets, and then bring all of these skills together at the collective level at a platoon live fire where we are actually building our metal. But the non-commissioned officers haven't been developed to do that.
Right. And I would bet you money that course of fire originated somewhere in a battalion S3 from the people that won't be running that mission, who said, you know, it would be really fucking cool is if we had all this shit and we used it.
And I see it over and over and over again from unit after unit after unit.
I bet you do.
If I can interject, y'all were talking about this mythical Strack thing. That's not really mythical. It actually has an effect on all y'all's training. So these guys are actually taking time and money from other training they could be doing that's actually validating what they're doing and actually reinforcing or actually measuring their progress. It's taken away from that for some circle jerk 30-minute assault. Chuck and I think maybe Buck was on the ModCast. It was one of the early ones. We were up way late talking about the Clinton era. And I know y'all remember this shit. That was team leader time. That was, immediate action drills, right? Chance contact, all that stuff. Actions at the breach point, actions on the objective, consolidation, all that stuff. That's all worked out at team squad leader time when you had nothing else to do, no money to do it with. It's like, all right, go out on the football field and dry rehearse, and then head to the woodline and do it for real and don't have dicked up boots for afternoon formation. Like, that's how you pass your time. That's how you actually got proficient. You got it all worked out. So whenever you did get, crack crates of ammo on the maneuver range, you weren't wasting it. Like, it wasn't a hand job. That's just not – obviously these young NCOs, they've been living the dream, and I'm still jealous of them actually being in war for a long period of time, and then they come back, and now they have to learn how to be an NCO in garrison, and that's a different beast, man. I'm not saying that from the outside now, but it's a different beast, and the money's getting smaller. It's getting shallower.
So I was literally forbidden from letting my squad leaders have squad leader time. That was just not a priority. If they weren't spending time doing maintenance on the trucks or doing something else, and it just wasn't allowed. And it was never adequately explained to me why, other than it wasn't a priority. And I think that was a fucking crime. Anyway, gentlemen, y'all have a good night. Appreciate talking to y'all.
Later, sir.
We'll catch you next time.
Take care, sir.
We'll see you, sir.
Sir.
Roger.
Sir. Roger.
Sergeant.
Corporal.
Doctor.
Don't you promote me?
Yeah.
So real quick.
Hey, you missed us, our major.
I'm going to jump in here.
Spec 9.
I'm going to jump in here. So we've been hearing a lot about the Army's woes and the Marines to a certain extent. Lee, what is your equivalent of everything that we were just talking about?
He doesn't know because he's by himself in the desert.
Well, hey, there's 3 of us, and I've got a river. It may be dry, but I'm gonna put a boat out there.
You have it in a trailer behind your truck.
The biggest issue we're running into is Army and Marines, and to an extent Air Force, for the past 15 years now have had their doctrine validated. I'm just going off Tom Clancy because we don't have any operational experience. I literally have one active ship right now, the USS Constitution, that's ever sunk another enemy vessel. The extent of my job within GWAT and GWAT forward is sit off the coast, launch Tomahawks, launch Marines, maybe some planes, and that's it. That's all I'm doing. We are not set for any near peer or peer threat.
That's scary, dude.
He's really engaged in whatever he's saying.
That's something that you think about the answers for. And I mean, what do? You go out and you start a boat fight, just to get one happen, and just be like, that. And I mean, the Duffel blog was talking about the other day, them pulling up the Constitution. That was pretty cool. And then we have had some of it validated, but the problem is, and this was something that probably Chuck's NCOs used on him, and probably Chad's used on him too, and I know Mike's did. Where before the war, Sarge would be like, hey, when we go to combat, we're going to be doing it this way. MOP gear. Everybody hated MOP gear. They say, hey, when we go to battle, you're going to be in MOP too. And, that worked on us, because we hadn't been, and we got the 14 guys that did Desert Storm with their combat patches. And we're just like, okay, yeah, we're going to do this. And now you've got guys that, came in after the war that are in platoon sergeant slots. And so you can't melt that and pour it on them. You can't be like, when you go to combat, you're going to be doing this. And that dude's going to be like, bitch, how many deployments you got? Oh, you got like 14 months in theater. Cool story, bro. And that turns into a problem. Whereas, you guys can still be like, hey, when we go to battle against a near peer, we're going to do this. And you're not, but at least there's that threat there. And you're not going to have that. So the problem that we have is a lot of this stuff has been validated in a wrong way. Talking about the CAV being landowners. We had a high-speed Ranger infantry first sergeant that came over to the CAV, and we had a infantry platoon that was attached to us. So they had 40 dudes or 42 dudes, whatever they had. And we traded out a CAV platoon to the infantry battalion. And we were teasing about CAV being better than infantry. And he's like, no fucking way, no way ever. And so they're writing out missions that it take 40 to 42 dudes, writing them up for this infantry platoon. The infantry platoon be like, hey, we're not doing that mission. And so they just turn around and have a CAV platoon that's got 20 dudes in it with attachments, if you're lucky and nobody's on leave. So we're getting the same mission sets. And we're doing the same missions because, the infantry dudes had way too many people for the mission, and we had just the right amount of people for the mission, but we're still teasing about being twice as good as an infantryman. But that didn't validate the CAV mission. We weren't doing reconnaissance, just like Chuck was saying earlier. We weren't doing reconnaissance. We weren't sitting on mountainsides. We weren't doing any sort of, hey, bad guys here. Here's a good support by fire, that sort of stuff. So in a way we're validated, in a way we're worse because we think our doctrine's validated. But then when you come down to it, none of it's validated. Just like Mike's stuff. Those dudes are doing great things. And they're slaughtering bad guys. And I was teasing Mike about how a modern American, especially a paratrooper infantry guy, is worth at least like 5 or 6 bad guys, with AKs and flip-flops. And so, I said that attack was fine because they were attacking like 97 dudes. And, I was good to go on that. That doesn't make it right or validated. And
well, it does because all 97 dudes were plastic.
Yeah. I mean, they won. Yeah. Just because, and I gave them force multipliers of being, airborne. So that's an automatic force multiplier. And then they were infantry, so that's another force multiplier. And so, each infantry dude is worth like, 14 guys with an AK and flip-flops. But I mean, and that's just kind of, so we think that that's validated. So, maybe Tom Clancy's better. So maybe you're in a better spot than we are, because we think we know a lot of shit.
So one of the, obviously we all know Tim, who is our senior Army guy, highly intelligent. I really enjoy getting to sit down and talk with him because he goes heavily into the very technical. One of the big conversations we've been having for the last year in the counter-piracy group is anti-ship cruise missiles. It's the way. China has shit that should scare the living hell out of everyone. And we should be learning lessons from you guys in regards to adversarial use of man-pads, homemade rockets, the whole nine, particularly as we're looking at the shift back towards Southeast Asia. But because we're never called on to do that mission, we just go, oh yeah, it'll be fine when we get to it. there's got to be a happy balance. You know, if we cannot forecast what we're going to be needed for, we won't ever even begin to get ready, and it's going to make the body count go up. Just like it did, you know, October when Army and Marines rolled into Afghanistan. It's going to be like that all over again because we're going to have to learn lessons the hard way.
I think the term that we're not using, which I think is applicable, is mission creep. And we get pulled off of what should be our center of gravity as within our mission set or specialty, get pulled off of that. Just looking at my unit, they had great institutional knowledge and experience for decades doing the small boat stuff. And it took, well, one deployment for them to be out of their rubber boats and to be in gun trucks all of a sudden, you know, and then they're taking reservists and putting them in rubber boats, like a total loss of experience and knowledge and no passing over those experiences. Like, why was India Company 3-1 rolling around in gun trucks? And then you got reserve units rolling around in boats that are probably all cops that'd be much better off in gun trucks. Like, doesn't make sense. And I just use that as a small example. For Navy example, I mean, you can see the writing on the wall right now. I don't even know how many DDGs we have in that class, but I know how many we don't have operational right now. And the only valid excuse is dry rot. And that's software dry rot right now, right? That we can safely assume is that's what you're seeing because they've been doing stuff that's not their true mission. They've been force projecting for a long time, and they're not even handling what their core responsibilities are. Like whenever I'm the captain now, all this Somalis started taking over boats. What happened? Everybody's jumping through their asses. How do we handle this? It's called the U.S. fucking Navy. Like, that's their chief purpose, is keeping sea lanes open. And that's why Marines to fucking shoot people from the riggings, right? But no, we have to like worry about like outsourcing and putting like all this other moving all these other assets because the Navy was not even on the footing to handle counter piracy for the longest time.
That is the exact same argument regarding the A-10. Cool story. I rode around on a destroyer and a cruiser. The destroyer is $1 billion boat before they refit it for the first time. Do you know what good that is against fucking Somali pirates? I can tell you, none. Why? Because I sat off the coast of Iran, who uses the exact same boats that the fucking Somalis use, and I can be in one place. I cannot get the kind of wide area coverage. And we should have seen this shit 20 years ago when the rise of piracy started, but we did hey, not our fucking problem. And yeah, now we cannot fight. We don't have any of the necessary doctrinal knowledge. We don't have any of the necessary experience. So cool story, Iran comes out in their fucking cigar boats, and I can't do a goddamn thing about it except swat them down when they're within a couple hundred yards.
Yeah, probably 200.
Being generous, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's before getting into the commander's side. My deployment out to the Gulf, we're sitting out there off the coast of Iran. I'm giving them the finger behind my 50 smoking. And I did that a lot. But we have no ash. We don't use M14s anymore. We save them for the Marines when we put the Marines ashore.
Use them for line throwing.
Oh, yeah. But no, we're sitting out there and they're getting a little more pushy than normal. It's coming up on Ramadan, and all of us who are standing watch out there get told to step away from our guns because the commander was more risk adverse to one of us shooting unintentionally than he was for us to lose our lives if they shot first.
I don't think it was very well publicized, but there was actually a gunner's mate that was on the Cole that actually had eyes on the boat and was commenting to his officer of the watch, saying something along the lines, not verbatim, but these guys don't look right. They're getting too close. And he was had just received or was just receiving permission to engage whenever they touched off that torpedo or what. I've never heard what it was, but it was over 2,000 pounds of shaped charge and angled at the keel. but like that dude was like probably on a 60, right, on a pedal mount on that thing, and I've manned those same gun mounts on a DDG. And dude, those things they ride good when you're like full throttle, but if you're cutting gator squares with like fighting winds and stuff, man, I can't imagine being stable at all on those damn things, much less being able to see, especially that high pitched bow on it.
He actually had an M14. He would have been Ash's hero. And they publicized, they did an interview and they publicized it for us. That was one of the like motivational videos that they show us in boot camp, and it comes up pretty frequently. And we have not learned those lessons. We had a Yemeni Dow during a underway replenishment, 30 yards off of our bow. We had gunners up there. I was one of them. Say the word, we'll jump off the line that we're holding and we'll go fire warning shots. Give us the word. Let us start getting ready. Let's be proactive. And instead, they took the time to spin up a helo to blast them with prop wash instead. Risk-adverse commanders unwilling to risk anything that would stop that full bird going on.
Mm-hmm. You know, I just finished. What? I was just going to say.
I was going to say, let's cut this, and then it can continue after I do the official break. Know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. We can do that. That would be the post.
I'm like 3 gin and tonics down at this point. Let's do this.
Exactly. And
there you
Chuck
are.
had to take off. Yeah.
No. Well, if Chuck's not here, why are we doing this?
Exactly. No one's watching anymore. They all left. But yeah, I'll end the official feed here in a second, and then we can continue on with the post show and continue this if you guys are good with that.
Cool. Up in the VIP.
I'm good.
That's right. So I wanted to ask Chuck if the red tile glowed as he stepped on it. Would it light up? But I don't know. That was bothering me. I really wanted to ask that, but oh well. So before we cut the feed, what do you guys have going on? Ash, what do you have? You're muted.
Yeah, there's a mute button. No, we got a bunch of stuff going on, getting everything rolling for Army stuff, and obviously I got 30 days left, or a little bit less than 30 days, and then they're on their way, and I'm going to sit and watch everything on CNN behind the shelter of my DD-214, and see where things end up. Obviously I'm getting a job, and we'll announce that at some point.
McDonald's.
Where industry stuff will be kind of pushed aside until I get settled there. I do have a couple training classes. Just doing a arena training facility that used to be Legion. Don't call them Legion anymore, but it's an amazing facility. Soft Rep just did a bunch of stuff there, so they're going to have some videos coming out. They want to start some classes. They hit me up. So we got a one-day pistol rifle class happening down there. That's going to be kind of fun because we're going to do a workup and we're going to do a walk back on a BC Steel, starting at 100 with rifles, and depending on how well guys shoot, you could go as far as 1,000. It's 1,000-yard KD range. So we'll see how good guys can shoot. See when we start missing. And that's just going to be one day. I got basically classes lined up until just little one days lined up until December. Other things that's going on. I don't know if I showed you guys the Heathen Assaulter bipod last time. Let me grab that. So we're doing this Army barricade thing, and there's this cool little barricade stuff. I'll see if I can get it close. It's pretty meaty.
Son of a bitch. I pitched that to LaRue 12 years ago, and he told me to pound sand.
So this thing is, and it.
You can't tell Mark LaRue what to do.
Nope.
Yeah, got these little bipod legs that stick in there. So they're pretty adamant. If you go to Heathen Systems, it's just Heathen Systems, or it's Heathen Assaulted Bipod on Facebook. They're real adamant it's not a sniper bipod, and literally it's for, I'm sitting on the end of the objective, and I'm waiting for Mike's infantry dudes to do their stuff. I throw my bipod legs on, it holds the gun up. We're going to be doing some testing on that, just to see how stable that bipod is and see how far I can get out with it. Played with it a little bit. Other than that, not a lot going on. Just part 1, part 2 physical, turning in CIF. I am going to turn in my woogie because I have a patrol bag. And if you're not into the patrol bag, then that woogie's cool, but your feet are always cold unless you have a patrol bag. So that's basically my next 6 weeks.
And there are people just anxious to see some primary and secondary videos with the famous Ash Hess.
Yeah, and we're gonna get to that. I got put on mute. That's kind of on Mike Lewis. Some people were unappreciative of his target being picked up by Right in the Rain, and then it got into PS Magazine, which is our little goofy cartoon magazine for maintenance, and it got put in there. So I got told in no uncertain terms to shut the fuck up on pretty much everything. So once I'm free and clear of that, then we're going to do some cooler things. Just got to get down there and get with the bosses and see what they have in mind, because they're going to be paying me quite a bit of money to do their stuff. So we'll have time to do cool things.
Cool.
Me from the beat.
And Chad. Yep. Oh, say again.
I got a kayak, and maybe we'll do some Navy stuff for Lee.
There you go. In a dry river.
I'm going to be near water.
Dude, I got two kayaks. I got an idea, man. I got kayaks here, and we can both sit in our kayaks and live cast it. We can play Battleship from our kayaks wherever you're at and wherever I'm at.
I'll host it.
We don't have to sew our name on our butt, though, do we?
Man, how else is the non-skid dildo supposed to know it's you, man? Come on. Like, I'm going to need you to accommodate.
So, Chad, what do you have? Do you have any new Amish furniture?
No, I haven't built shit. Right now, it's like fall's hitting us right in the face. And so I'm having to get things winterized outside before it gets away from me. Because it feels like it's going to hit us hard this year. I did get a box today from Helmy Shirts, and it's for all the guys at the range. A bunch of belts and some new belts for a strap. Think pants, riggers. I don't know how much I can comment on it yet, but I'm kind of out of my riggers belt phase. Been for a while, but these are pretty cool execution on a riggers belt. So yeah, hopefully soon I can get you some pictures of that. I'll send you some offline. I don't care about that just now. I won't put it on blast yet.
Yeah.
I got some designs. I've knocked out some more designs today, or started working on old plans from a year ago. Finally got on this new computer. It can handle the design software without losing everything. So hopefully soon. Still talking to other people about getting stuff made. So
cool.
See when that happens.
And Joe, what do you have? Anything good? And you're muted. There you are.
All right. I'm slowly figuring this technology thing out and proving Wick's point that Army grunts are dumb. So next year or so, I'm just transitioning, trying to figure out what I actually want to try and do with myself when I retire. And in the meantime, I'm trying to make my current unit best shooters that I can make them in the time that I have left. It's an uphill fight, but here for it. I have a receptive chain of command. I've established my WASTA with them, so they're willing to listen to me. I have a blank check, but I have people willing to listen to what I want to do, and I'm trying to roll up some of the stuff that Ash has started for me, the spirit of PNS, and just make while I can. In the end, I'll retire and be a canoe guide on the Illinois River somewhere in Oklahoma, maybe. While I have the floor, I want to listen to this. It tastes like vinegar to say this, but I'm going to say it. It has this stuff on lock, and if you're in the Fort Benning area, you need to go take a class from them. Get you guys squared up. I'm mainly talking to all the officers that I know. Go down to the career course and sit with their thumbs up their butt. Drinking, go link up with Ash once in your lives. And I enjoyed it. Happy to talk to everybody. Wish I could have said smarter things. And I'm sorry the internet beat me up.
You know my pain. I wish I could say smarter things, but it just doesn't happen. So you brought up...
I'm like President Trump. I'm a really intelligent guy. I'm not Ivy League college. Intelligent man. So there you go.
So you brought up officers going to Ash's courses. Does that also include the people that are in the other branches as well?
Again, you broke up, brother.
Oh, would you include the officers from those other branches to go to Ash's class as well?
Absolutely. If for whatever reason you can't get your particular service branch to pay to come to one of my classes, an acceptable alternative would be to go to Ash Hess's class.
Very acceptable.
Professional endorsement.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I got a message basically saying we have some people that watch that are kind of decision makers. So it's always nice to hear those kind of remarks. So, hey, that much has happened. Then we have that Lee guy who has a canoe and a dry bed and yeah.
I can be found on the Obscene Sailor on Facebook. Looking to start doing a little more Navy-centric media. Within the next year and a half, I'll be separating, joining the land of the DD-214 with these fine gentlemen. And after that, I don't know. We'll find out.
And lots of bell bottoms.
Obviously, I got to keep those, man. They make my ass look amazing.
I'm going to have to take your word for it.
Lee, you can't even be close to retirement age. What are you doing?
We'll talk about it when we kill the live video.
Fine. If you want to quit on the internet, that's fine.
Yeah, really. And then that Mike Lewis person.
Yeah, that asshole.
I hate him.
Malcontent. Yeah, I've got a couple projects ongoing. One of them is the zeroing tool I've been working. Right now I'm waiting on a couple of legal things to go through, and it will be marketed by myself through Amazon. It'll be listed on Amazon as soon as a couple of legal things go through. In the meantime, if you hit up FMJ Armory on Facebook, Russell's got a few units. He can hook you up if you don't want to wait for me to get them listed. And as far as the zero target, Ash can't say anything, so I will put out a product endorsement. The product endorsement is of the target. When it was designed, it was a collaborative effort with Ash and a couple other guys that are much smarter than I. I was just fortunate enough to work with them and know how to work PowerPoint from being on staff. So yeah, but Right in the Rain did pick it up. If you want to get it, it's product number 9126 through Right in the Rain, and it was designed to be fire team leader Lewis proof. And I'm not that smart now, so you can imagine what I was at a 21-year-old fire team leader. So it's me proof 20 years ago. As far as the zero tool, Matt, you've got one. How did that work out for you?
As a matter of fact, we were supposed to review it and use it when we did the photo shoot with Dugan and didn't have an opportunity. So I still this past Wednesday, I was supposed to go to the range for a Popo qual. Got canceled. So, yeah, I'm still sitting on it, still waiting to go to a range that's a little further so I can confirm things.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's about it for me.
Cool. Well, thanks, guys.
Hey, Matt, I just got to say, just got to jump on here. The Right in the Rain picked up an Army target, not the Army picked up a Right in the Rain target. So that's some confusion there. It's an Army target that Right in the Rain is printing, just like all the other Army targets that Right in the Rain prints, and Marine targets and everything else that Right in the Rain is doing. And that's some confusion that's floating out there that I've had to fix a couple of times on Instagram. So if anybody is happening to hear that, it is an Army target first.
And I am not paid by Right in the Rain.
Yet. After this, though, hopefully you'll be signing a contract. So yeah, that was a good combo. Matter of fact, it went better than I anticipated. Lots of good stories, lots of good laughs. Yeah, big fight on a boat. Good stuff. If you like what you heard, if you learned anything, we do have a website. It's at primaryandsecondary.com. We have a forum at primaryandsecondary.com/forum. We can be found also on patreon.com/primaryandsecondary. From there, you can help support the network. Essentially, by supporting the network, it's helping pay for, let's see here, hosting fees, software fees, materials. What else? We have all kinds of projects going simultaneously. And believe it or not, it actually costs some money. And also it takes up a lot of time. I've been doing these short little videos, 4 to 10-minute videos on a regular basis. I just filmed 2 more today. I'll probably be releasing them. I'll be releasing one of them tomorrow morning. Those take up time. Just the editing alone takes, even though it's a 4-minute little whatever, it takes time. Definitely appreciate the support we receive from our Patreon subscribers. Going through Patreon, you also receive added benefits such as access to a lot of videos early. Basically also the B-sides. I call it B-sides and outtakes. For these modcasts, we have the entirety. We have the pre-show and the post-show along with the material on the inside. What I do is I edit all this, take the guts of the show, the actual show, and release it. And then the pre and the post are edited out, and those are released to only network support people. So if you miss the pre and the post, the only way you get to see it, if you don't see it live, is being a network support member. Not only that, there are also a lot of benefits such as discounts and coupon codes and whatnot from manufacturers and retailers. These are good companies. These are good. These are top rate companies that are providing these codes. So those are all there for your use. Speaking of your use, all of this is for your use. The podcast, the videos, everything with primary and secondary is intended to improve survivability. This is intended to increase survivability, improve your skill set. Use this. If you don't already, subscribe. If you don't, share. Make sure you like, especially if you gained anything from this. All of this helps us figure out what direction to go. As a matter of fact, with those shorter videos that I've been doing, it's kind of shown me just from the short 12 videos I've done, it's given me an idea of some of the direction we need to take with some of our media. The likes, the shares, and all that alone are giving me really good data, and we can fine tune our message to help out even more people. So big thanks to Forge Tactical Training, John Spears, Doc Spears, and John Chappie Chapman. If you guys are looking for experience and knowledge, these are 2 real-world guys that can provide some absolute first-rate training. Spears with sniper. Chappie's, Spears is a Special Forces medic. Chappie's been a cop forever, SWAT guy. The 2 of them are heavy-duty thinkers, and these guys are outstanding instructors and just outstanding men. If you're looking for training, look them up. You can find them a lot at Alliance PD training. And that's a great facility. So I think that's pretty much it. Expect some more short little videos next week. I'm not sure what we're going to be covering for ModCast. But I'm sure we'll do another live one. We have a couple things on the horizon. We have a Red October ModCast coming up with Carl from InRange and Calvin from Firearms United. And we have a law enforcement one on the horizon. But I think that's pretty much it. If you're here for the live show, don't turn off yet because we're keeping this going. But the audio feed for the live audio will be killed. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for your support. And I think I will talk to you soon. And that's all. So that feed is done.
Chad with his fucking crazy man waving at the bottom of the screen. That was awesome.
Yeah, Joe, I had to mute you constantly because there was noise coming from you. It's like, people complain about that. Mute. And so you'd start to talk. It's like,
yeah, man.
I had to mute you.
Brother, I apologize. I'm still learning this. I'll double down and try and get this stuff worked out. Saying that I'm going to be invited back. That's kind of presumptuous.
Oh, you will.
But
this is the same for all of us. All of us have been through this. And to remember to hit that mute.
Yeah, because I ate like a whole plate of tacos with the mute not on, because I was ducking over to the side because the Blowers class this weekend down at Shocky's place. So I had a young corporal from my unit over who's going to dog sit and house watch for me. I was getting him spun up on everything. I got behind, grilled, and made tacos, and like shit, it started. So I'm trying to multitask, and I probably fucking smack my gums in everybody's ears.
I didn't hear anything. No, I'm listening. If I start hearing noises, or if someone's screen starts lighting up a lot and they're not the one talking, usually that's an indicator I need to mute that person. But for all of us, we've been doing this since February of 2016 and still forget to mute.
Yeah, I'm way behind the curve. Way behind.
No worries. So here's a great bit of advice. Thank you, Obvious Troll. So for ModCast, only eat soft tacos.
Who the hell is
funny
Obvious
enough,
Troll,
I've eaten
man?
soft tacos, but I have this fucking sensuous lip right here, and it kind of smacks no matter what I do. So
I like that episode. That was fun. So great stories, and yeah, it went way better than I anticipated.
Oh my God, that fucking 160th dude climbing the basketball net.
Oh, shit.
Okay, and we still are live. You guys know, so just so you don't go off the whatever. Yeah, so YouTube still is going, but it's going to be edited out.
Oh, wow.
So these guys are just they're getting a taste of what you get for being a.
Dude, Mike, you want to hear a funny one? There's a ModCast where it was just like it was Matt and I and Chuck and Buck, and we're telling like water stories.
Was it Buck telling the shit story in the back of the Suburban?
It was probably the same night, but it's been broken up. But I start talking about the most racist Marine Corps commercial ever.
Oh God!
Oh, I think
nobody had ever noticed it. Oh my God! It's still out there because I watched it recently. I'm pretty sure. It's
okay.
Dude, it is hilarious because like they had never seen it before. So then I look it up and I send them the links and they're watching it and they're just losing their shit. Like they're like, holy crap, this really is racist. Like it's all about the big black guy that's afraid to jump off of the tower into the pool. I was like, they're doing this.
You're gonna drown me, son.
Yeah, they did it.
Is that the one where he fought the lava monster?
No, this was post Lava Monster.
Okay.
This one where like he goes off a chest, he hits the pole, he comes up, and it's like hooking the loop for casting recovery to Zodiac, and also he's recon, like he's born again recon. But
handy.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those conversations that treads that thin line, but because it's military, it's totally okay because that's just the way the culture is. Not that it's racist, but it's because there's a lot of cultural differences that are put in that pressure cooker, and it just comes out, and so everybody has to like deal with it real time, and so.
Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was going to say, one of my favorites is still Jolly Rollin' Sir. That's one of my favorite episodes, and I had to pull it because one of our fine people he was under the impression, he was under the influence, but that is still one of my favorites.
So the Flipper episode, Chad.
Fuck you, Flipper.
Yeah, no, you have no, like when I need to be in the Navy, that's what I put on at work. And I've found that in my cube farm, it's really hard to watch that without getting weird looks because I'm, bent over my desk laughing. So
and Buck getting raped.
Oh God, poor Buck. The piers that you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
I got sent to go fucking scout those. Some of my roommates got smart. They're in SQT and they're like, hey, we need to do a pier infiltration on your piers. Man, I'd be out there like a fucking Russian spy taking notes of what's where the fucking rovers are at. And like palm it off real quick. Like, here you go, bro.
Friends helping friends. I used to help out buddies of mine that were the sniper folks been like going through schools. Like they'd be off for the weekends. Obviously, we'd hit up and go drink or whatever. And they're like, hey man, this week we're gonna be doing a FTX or whatever out there. It's gonna be long, dude. We're gonna be up over here. And they were doing they had a couple hide sites on the far edge of our camp up on the ridgeline. And so I knew where they were gonna be at, and I was on guard duty. And so, like, every night I go on post, and I'd take, in my day pack, I would take, like, a bag from the PX full of pokey bait. And, like, after about an hour standing around on post, I'd be like, yeah, I gotta throw away all this trash. And I go over and I just set it down right next to the dumpster. And I go back to the little guard shack, and I'd sit there and wait. And you'd see this little bush go, bloop, 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 bloop. Grab the bag. Go back to their hide site. They'd chat out, man.
Damn, you're only half a friend, man. I thought you were going to pre-post some shit and text them a grid.
That might or might not have happened other times too. Yeah, I was right there. I was like, man, it sure is cold. I better put on an extra layer of polypro. You just hear them out there. Awesome, dude.
I'm going to put away a 7-year-old. I will be back.
Dude, I've been watching Mindhunters. That sounds like something totally like messed up now to me. It's warped my mind.
That is a phenomenal show. Me and the wife finished it last night.
Yeah, we watched the last one. That's why I was like last minute getting on here is because like we were trying to finish up that last episode.
Chad, I want to say real quick because you and I don't communicate well in text. Mm-hmm. I definitely like messaged Matt afterwards going, I swear to God, I'm gonna meet Chad one of these days and I may get my ass beat, but I'm gonna fucking swing on him.
You're not the first.
Dude, no balls.
No,
not put Chad on mute.
Hey, whenever we were first time I met Chuck and I met John and I, their roommates living out in Southern Pines. And I was with a buddy of mine, and we got to the house, and I'm standing at the front door, and John answers the door, and John looks at my buddy. He's like, hey, what's up, man? He looks at me. He's like, boar brush. I was like, yeah. And he looks back over his shoulder, and Chuck's got his leg in a knee brace. He's like, icing. He just had surgery. And he's kicking back, dry firing out the TV, one of his STIs. And he looks over at me. He's like, boar brush, huh? I was like, what's up, basic load? And he's like, I was like, we cool? He's like, yeah, we cool. And like we were up till like 4:30 in the morning burning it down, and he still had to go into work the next day. But yeah, I was like, all right, this could be it. But what a way to go, man. Because like we had not like we butted heads. Yeah, we butted heads on light fighter. But
who do you know?
I was so juggernaut.
Those light fighter Marines were fucking epic.
I remember where it was that we butted heads too, because I had been working for I was working for excess sites at the time, and they were dogging on big dots. And all I was trying to say is, hey, dude, you're explaining it wrong. And it was just like, pow, pow. Take fire, take fire. Yeah. He's awesome. Big, cuddly teddy bear. I have one of my treasured pictures is a picture of him telling no shit stories to my mom after the reception at my wedding. And it's like the ugly lights are on outside the barn and people are like staggering off. And in the background, you see him like hands out talking to my mom, telling her the story. He's just like, oh, Chuck, you're so funny.
Hey, Chad, I'm sure you probably did. Did you ever meet John up in Connecticut? Like actually go link up with him?
Oh, yeah.
Oh man. Fucking man, when I was stationed at Drum,
what's his last name?
Yeah,
Sorry, what's his last
Mateo?
name? That's right. I was drawing a blank on it. Sorry, continue.
Well, I'm saying my wife has a roommate from college that works at ESPN. So we went up to visit her and went to his fucking Irish pub. Holy shit, man. I had not drank like that since I was a fucking corporal in Germany. It was...
Did they have the really hot red-headed bartender?
Like 2 normal hollow legs and a hollow Italian penis. It was fucking good. It was a good time. Speaking of light fighter shit.
Was there a really hot red-headed bartender there?
I don't even remember.
Because I'm pretty sure it's probably the same bar that he took me to. And I just remember because like he was selling her a line of goods about me the whole time. And I was just embarrassed, man. Like, I get so far. I was like, fuck, man, this is horrible. And he's just like unabashedly trying to hook me up with her. I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, it was McLavin's, I think was the name of it.
Yeah, that was a great pub, man. They good food, too, believe it or not.
Yeah, and so that next day, I went on a tour of the historic houses, like Mark Twain's house and Harry Beecher Stowe's house. So I'm proud to say I cut a nasty, greasy Guinness fart in the same room that Mark Twain wrote fucking Huckleberry Finn in. So I have that going for me. Like my wife was pissed. Like it was bad. It was a bad morning.
And they probably pamper it like they do like Mount Vernon's, like don't touch the handrails, don't touch anything, old paint, your oil and stuff. And you're just like defile the holy of holies.
They do. There's some really, really impressive woodworking stuff in there, and English nerd anyway. So I was like, Mark Twain, this is awesome, but I'm so fucking hungover. I don't even know what to do with myself right now.
That's awesome.
So Lee, man, why are you giving up on the war? What's going on?
The wife is looking at pharmacy school, and I can keep this glorious E5 pay, or I can get out. I can support the wife. And she can make me 6 figures a year. So I'm going to be a kept house husband. That's the end goal.
That's a solid plan.
I like it.
I'm not putting it out yet, but I'm looking at Fed, law enforcement, kind of all over the place. I just have to end up in Phoenix.
I'm going to be on a beach somewhere very near Titusville, Florida.
You're taking over Cuba? You're not being subtle at all. You're going to be a NASA cop? You're going to be a space shuttle door gunner?
No, I'm going to be Jack Leba's minion.
Awesome.
That dude's good stuff, man. Congratulations.
He's good people, man.
Yeah, so we'll be doing basically the military sales tech. So I'll be doing a lot of business development, hanging out with Army dudes, handing it to Jack, letting Jack make all the cool business stuff and make his big money, and make decent money myself.
So is he teaching the armor's courses?
I'm not sure.
Or they have somebody that's doing that?
What else going on? I went down, what was that, Mike, 8 weeks ago?
Ish.
It's been a hot minute. It's been a couple months.
Yeah.
I went down and locked that down and peed in a cup and did all the stuff that I needed to do. And then I start there on the 15th of December. So I final out of the Army on the 8th. And then going to be down there by the 15th. So then
They're just in time for their annual inventory bullshit.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm sure it is.
Gotcha.
Hey, just so you know, they have their own tanks and stuff, so you can live that scout life. Man,
yeah, man, I'm going to be, that's probably what I'll end up doing is PMCS and all the tanks and,
You retire and go right into command inventories.
Oh, God damn it.
Well, you know that's what everybody's doing, right? They're trying to get that done so they get out of there. End of the year inventories.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think they keep too much in stock. They know what they have to make, and they send it out.
Yeah.
The place is fantastic.
It's amazing. We did a turn and burn tour on everything, and just getting to see the collection and seeing all the machines and basically walk through there. And I'm not a.
Sorry, finish your story.
Yeah, I'm not a gun builder nerd. The guys from FMJ Armory have pretty much taken me out of the gun building business. I didn't even work on a gun. When it got some parts on it, I handed it to Mike and let him play with it because he was in the armor class. But I'm walking around there going, wow, I can build everything. Anything you want, I can build it here. All you got to do is dream it up and get somebody to pay for it.
You can build cruise missiles. That's what they use to build. We're going through the tour. I was down there for the armors course, and Kevin Bowen was teaching it. And they're walking us through, and I was their state. We had a bunch of our whips guys and a bunch of DOE guys. I'm pretty sure Lance from Magpul was in the class too. But anyways, we were taking us through the museum. We get to the stoner wall of all the 63s. And he grabs one, he turns around, he showed it to us. It was like, ooh, and he goes to put it back up. And he goes down to the next. What's that? That's that slotted wood wall with the hooks that just kind of toe in, Well, we're on this hardwood floor and everything, right? And you have probably $3 million worth of machine guns on this one wall. And the one 63 that he hung up fell. Wow! Of course, I was working in a warehouse full of machine guns. We threw machine guns, whatever. And that thing hit the ground, and what do? I chortle. I'm like, only one. And the look on Kevin's face, he looks at me, and my coworker, he's like, elbows the shit out of me. He's like, dude. I was like, sorry. And I'm all apologetic. I didn't even drop the fucking thing. Afterwards, Kevin's like, damn, dude, that was rough. I was like, I'm sorry, bro. He's like, I know, I'm not even mad at you. I was like, dude, that thing just totally it caught the Holy Spirit and jumped off the wall, man. That was totally unprovoked. Things hallelujah, boom, flies off the wall. Crazy. Yeah, that was my moment of farting in Mark Twain's house.
Yeah, I kept my hands time. I went straight airports on that. We're walking by all these MAMs and barrels, and but I just kept my hands in my pockets.
They just came out with that triple tap, the brake,
right.
And we were doing a night shoot, and we shot the fuck out of it, and turned to cherry red, and Kevin's like, hey, if you brand yourself, I'll give you one. Dude, I had my sleeve up so fast. What if Trey was out there? Trey's like, oh, fuck no. He shot that down. I was like, oh, come on, man. I'll take a compensator burn. Dude, I got those on my neck already.
Yeah, I got plenty of those for free. If
I could soak up a lot of pain for a $600 compensator, right? Or whatever it was at the time.
Dude,
that was a good time though, man.
So I'm in Hawaii doing work on a boat that's getting ready to go, and they're parked on the ammo pier because they're doing a missile unload. And at the time, I'm driving a little Ranger that looks exactly like a Gubby. And to get to the boat, I've got to walk down the pier that is loaded with pallets and pallets and pallets of XM 193, 50, everything in Navy inventory in Hawaii. And I'm looking at it going, I could just back my fucking truck up and drive off, and they would have no idea that my little Ranger was not a Gubby. And then I'm doing how do I even get it into my apartment? Like, I can't really take that up the elevator. Pallet of ammo will get the cops called on me.
Yeah. In a town like that, you got military everywhere, they'll know. Yeah, but dude, Hawaii was like being like our only U.S. like actual base to ever be like really attacked on the homeland soil in modern times. Like, I was surprised how soft the security was there. The few times I passed through there, I was like, wow.
So the building that I worked out of was there during the attack, got hit. The shitty thing about all that is any building that got damaged during the attack is historic. So we had an electrical fire. They found the most pure asbestos they'd found in 60 years. Oh, yeah, it was great, man. And this was in the middle of a 1.5 year long construction project where we pulled miles of cabling and rat shit and asbestos out of the roof. Fantastic. I love Hawaii. Fucking idiots.
Hey, great experience. You'll have cancer in 10 years.
And dude, that's why I don't even like bat an eye about the fucking smoking. Like, cool, I'll get lung cancer. I was getting it anyway.
Now you're just hedging your bets.
Yeah, exactly. The wife is going to have one hell of a lawsuit.
Like, hey, wait, I got asbestos. Oh, you're.
So, Chad.
Asbestos. Yeah.
Chad, serious question for you, man. I just put it in the text box because we're still live. I'm in school at the school that's in the text box right now. My capstone project is an 80% bill. Pleasantly surprised. I was figuring on, because the school supplied everything for the build. I got the bit, the end mill, the jigs, the lower, the parts kit. Pleasantly surprised. I was figuring on getting a fucking PSA or some shit, but it's 100% aero parts minus the lower. Your tutelage before I start putting bits to metal, what do I need to look out for on machining the lower? Or is that something you've done much of?
I don't do that, but I will say this: whatever you index off of, make sure right. Like, are you using a jig or are you actually using an actual mill?
They sent me a jig set.
Okay.
And the materials said you can do it with a router, and I'm like, router, but yeah, fuck that. I'll be getting a small drill press.
Yeah, you get a 3/8. Okay. Yeah, just make sure you got it set up right. Like, I would be, measure twice, cut once. I'd measure about 4 or 5 times. That's an interesting project.
Well, it is a firearms technology degree, and that's my capstone. Now
you got a MacGyver one together.
Now, the reason I didn't put the school out with us being live, it's check the block. Yeah. I'm taking armor courses to augment, but the degrees check the block. And Ash has had me vent to him more than once. Out of like 8 classes so far, I found issues with the curriculum and the materials for like 6 of them.
It's part of the problem with going to school as an old man.
Yeah.
That's already been working in that field for a long time.
I did one of those 80% lowers once, and I decided I would run guns because that's when I was still in New York. I decided I would run guns before I would do another 80% lower.
Yeah.
Fucking stupid.
But I'm ghost gunning you.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, and we were on the drill press, and we had the nice jig, and everything was new, and the hand mills were new, and it was still fucking stupid. It was just, it was literally easier to drive down to Pennsylvania, knock off some dude, and break into his house and steal his fucking AR, or pay the extra money for a free and clear lower in fucking New York, and just run guns and go outlaw before I do that shit again. It was just stupid.
So a buddy of mine sends me a picture. Very obviously, he's in his workshop with 24 lowers laid out on his workshop table. He's one of the machinists on his boat, and he decided a good duty Sunday was he was going to sit there and mill out 80% lowers. He's
been reading Tom Clancy books.
Oh, yeah. This motherfucker had a full sea bag.
Look up his boy John Clark, huh?
Yeah.
Fucking 80%
Making some
lowers.
silencers up there in the shop.
You know, people are very ingenious, and like you get some dudes that might not come across as like well educated or even just good old country boys, but have like legitimate chops, like real skills, like welding or just mechanical comprehension, just through the roof. And like they just need the opportunity to do it, and they'll just take to it like a fish to water. Some people can do that stuff, and it's just like, what are you doing? And they're totally fearless about it. Like they don't even care about like any concerns you have, because like they have no inhibition about doing that. Me, I'm a trained gunsmith, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's funny because like the other day, I posted up the picture of my cert.
Are you sure you're a trained gunsmith?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You sure?
And you know I did that, right?
I'm gonna need you to fax that to me.
Yeah. But when you look on there, like you see some of my old classmates, they're all gunsmiths, and some aren't even gunsmiths. Like they're doing other higher level. Like one of them that commented is actually running an engineering program for my college, for a college back in Texas. But like everybody's always saying WCE, and that's for the worst class ever. Anytime we email each other or say, like, guys are always saying WCE, because like that's what the administration called us in an email. And we found that out because we did a FOIA request, because they were shutting down labs because there's like, oh, it's an OSHA thing. Well, they're a bunch of old fucking Democrats that were trying to kill our program. We caught them. We totally caught them. And so basically we saved the program. We got all this, we raised money and got like a $40,000 CNC mill donated or paid for, and installed that we never got to use. So we really saved the program and kind of updated it. And they had the nerve to call us the worst class ever. And so that's like our badge of honor. But half of our class was prior service. Most of the guys in the class were actually retired dudes of the veterans. And the rest were guys that had done like 4 or 6 years, whatever. And we're looking at something else. And then we had like the young guys straight out of high school. And so we got to mold them. But a couple of them actually went military after they got out or became cops or whatnot. But yeah, I totally understand being in a class and being like, this doesn't make sense. I didn't get a whole lot of that in gunsmithing school, but since then I've been in classes like armors courses as a gunsmith. I'm a horrible classmate, dude, because you hear some stupid shit from factory courses. And I'm just like, hey, your Smith and Wesson course was rough for me, because they're acting like they're the only ones that can cut an ejector ratchet. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I was doing this shit for years at school. And they're like, oh no, you gotta have a specialty tool. Well, you only get it from us. I'm like, dude, you can get it from Powers or you can get it from Brownells. Like, did you hear the stupidest shit in these classes? And I'm just sitting there the whole time. The first armors class I did actually was the Glock armors course, the 1 day bullshit. Is at SHOT Show. I don't know if they do it anymore, but they used to. You get there for pre-registration day, and you could go straight to Glock, and you could pre-register, pay your $100, and you could get one of those course slots. They can do like 2 or 3 days during SHOT Show in one of the conference rooms. All of us got in on this class, like 15 of us, And it was the most brutal, awkward armor's class because you had some like retired cop from like New Hampshire. And like, of course, you got like 40-foot high ceilings, and the lights are in recess, so there's no light to work. Oh my God. Yeah, it was so brutal. And of course, because we had our own inside jokes, and so those would start going around the room. Get him to keep repeating the mispronounced term and shit like that. Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Mike, if you don't mind me asking, GI Bill or are you paying out of pocket?
GI Bill.
No kidding.
No kidding.
GI Bill paid for mine.
I'm not currently planning on using it, so kind of keeping options open for like, oh, hey, it's something fun I'd like to take, you know?
I'm ending up doing, because I finished my bachelor's degree on the GI Bill back in the spring, and my associate's degree, because I already have a bachelor's, they're transferring all my general ed requirements, and I'm getting it in 3 semesters instead of 4. So if you've already got a degree, it might not be a bad deal.
See, somehow I got screwed out of all my military credits, dude. And I've been to like 2-3 colleges over the years. And like every time, like, we're not going to take it. I'm like, fucking kidding me? So they'd try to get me to do. That's why I only got the certificate, because like I tried fighting it. I'm like, take my shit, and they wouldn't take my shit. By the end of it, I'm like, well, I'm not paying. I'm not staying any extra, so I'll just take the cert.
Yeah.
But,
Chad, something to do. Find a college in the state that will take all of your shit.
Interstate transfer.
Do one within the state. I watched a buddy of mine just basically get an associate's because he's an E5 in a tech job because he worked the system.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want the paper, it is fairly easy to get.
There's a lot of things you can use your GI Bill for. I kind of wish I hadn't fucked around with junior college so much when I got out, because on the back end, I could have used like over a year's worth of credit that I could have actually used afterwards. That would have really been a bigger help by taking like design classes and stuff like that. Maybe even getting a cert or 2 in that, but there are places you can go to, like police academies on your GI Bill, depending on the states. You can get paramedic training and certifications as EMTs and stuff like that. I mean, there's, I want to say technical trades, but actual real trades or real hardcore skills that are like something you could actually get us working on. Not just chasing that piece of paper that might or might not get you a job.
Hit that link I just posted for you, Chad. That'll take you to the JST, where you can probably get your military shit.
Okay. Check it out. Thanks.
Too easy.
That's I've been out so long. I wonder if it's actually my computer.
Mike, you got one of these?
Do I have a law folder?
Oh, hell yeah.
No.
You need one.
Everybody should have one.
You know, I'm that knuckle dragging fuck that would forget to actually extend the butt stock and press the trigger.
Yeah, you'll be fine. All right, here's a trick with that. Are we still alive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just tailor my response. I've been dealing with Zach and Mike for 6 years now. They're both Secret Service cats, or were. So we tested their early generation ones at state. Eventually, they're now approved and they're putting them on work guns. Outside of that, working here, we've actually done training for them and with them for SWAT team etiquette, actually. Teach them how to deploy the gun. The new models, you can fire with it closed. If he were to like pop his butt stock and press the latch button and pull the bolt carrier out of it and pull out that plug, on the back face of that square shoulder, you'll see a thick O-ring grommet type washer on that plug right there. You see it? I had to push the latch in and be able to get it. Mine's downstairs. I'd wake up my wife if I went and got it right now. Now on the back side of that plug, you'll see that you got the little O-rings, and you flip it around, you see right where his fingertips are at or underneath it. There's an O-ring right there. Bam. That O-ring takes the shock off the latch. So we actually tested to see how many we could get. You can get about 3, like immediately you see some deformation from that latch, but about 3 you actually cut it. So the rule of thumb is, the guidance from Law Tactical, is that every time you do it, just roll it about 120 degrees, get about 3 strikes around it, and you can probably get a total about 12 before you really start getting in the zone of destroying it. You can easily peel it off. You can get new ones from Law Tactical directly, but it's totally safe to fire with it folded. We had those guys doing it. And that was a big requirement for State Department to actually pick it up, is because you have it folded here and you're like a low pro and a low vis vehicle like Iraqi taxi cab, right? And you got it down below the dash line and the window line of your vehicle. You have to be able to draw it and just press off a shot immediately before you can even deploy it. So we crafted a bunch of drills for deployment from the bag, getting one shot off, extending the stock, cycling it out to empty, and firing. But like that one thread where you had posted your pictures of putting it up, people are saying, I don't have a need for it on my short gun, and whatever. It's like people are so one-dimensional on that. When they first started fielding them, they had snipers running them on their M110s because they could actually shorten that stock to where now they can actually look up and they're climbing up a scuttle to get to a roof. Or in a vehicle, get the butt stock out of my face. If we get a bump, I'm not breaking my teeth again.
And they lock.
It's very handy.
They lock that positive.
Oh yeah.
I'd beat somebody to death with problems. Like I love hitting people with rifles. Very effective. It's
fucking Marines, god damn it.
Dude, I've racked up some serious shots on people, dude. I say people loosely.
A Smash series is fucking, it makes your soul happy.
Dude, I drove the point home on one dude, big dark green guy, and he's on my boy's back, and I came in on him with a big crow hop, the diagonal butt stroke with my 16. I hit him so hard I felt the bumper slap. I got him in his crom and peroneal, boom, and I got full extension to him, like, God! And it was like freeze frame, for a second. And he saw like TV static. He went straight palsy arms, like T-Rex, like. Buddy Rob, like he's a big country boy too. He's like, thanks, bro, and he straight turtle fucks each other and be right in the face of his helmet, like boom, and his face explodes, right? And then I jump on this dude and I put him in the iron cross with my rifle, and I put the barrel underneath his shin bone and across my arm behind it, like you would with a baton. And so like I prone him out with that. I'm like, you'll be good. He's like, yeah. He's like all felony prone, tapping out and shit. But dude, I love butt stroking dudes, man. And like it's still on my bucket list to go full deep Crockett and just out of barrel, just like crushing dudes. It's so rewarding.
A key to a good butt stroke series is making sure you don't have your weapon slung when you fucking butt stroke somebody. Because I was in the middle of a riot, 2003.
No shit.
Right, it was just, the shit was crazy. Like this is I could fill up a whole ModCast with the fucking shenanigans that happened during this riot. Fought this fucking dude that needed a butt stroke, and I'm caught up in the events. Young Sergeant Pratt is, he's not overcome by events, but he's definitely in the moment. And so I rear back, and I'm not a small dude, and I fucking smashed this dude. Boom. And then I just keep going forward because I just jerked myself forward with all my anger because I still had my fucking M4 slung. But I had enough presence of mind as I was going down to get the M4 in front of me. And when I landed, I put my plate and a fucking M4 across that dude's fucking nose. And I just fucking just ground that shit in.
Got the only good use
I never
for
lived that one down. Yeah, it was shenanigans. Yeah, so
awesome. It's like I have such terrible memory because I've had so many like concussions, but like, there's certain things I remember so vividly, and that was one of those moments where I connect on that dude because as I was drawn back, I remember like the officer of the day and the regimental officer, like they're all like watching the mayhem, right? And I remember the OD like elbowing like the regiment guy, and he's like, "This is where it gets good." Like right as I'm like set to throw it, I hear say, "This is about to be good." Because they saw me, my eyes light up. Like I came running. I was like, I just got a free pass from like 3 captains and a couple gunnies watching this shit, like watching us squash this fight. And they're just like sitting back. And like afterwards we had our index, afterwards, and like OD walks up and he's like, he's this Asian dude. He was a Mustang prior enlisted guy. I mean, Clinton era that time, like he had 4 rows of ribbons. Dude's been around. Like that's like old salt shit. Well, he stands like, we good? Like, yeah. He's like, that's some shit that gets the LA riots. God, fucking lost it. Like it's fucking fantastic. Like everyone we ended up beating the shit out of somebody, like, or lots of people. We fought everybody. Like what Chuck was talking about earlier. It's like you get in a unit like that in a boat company like that. Like you want to fight everybody. Yeah, I'm a big fan of hitting people with it.
Ain't that what a good instrument does? Is drink and fight.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I going a little bit farther back to Kosovo, out doing our thing in Vatina, and this was way back, so I had the 4-cell mag light, so it was both my weapon light and my Gomer Be Good stick as needed. And my buddy that's searching him gives me the signal like he's got something, so I'm like, oh shit, because this was Kosovo, nothing ever happened. So I have my light on him, and the guy starts to buck like he's going to pull out of him in, and I clip him on that nerve right along the neck with that 4-cell mag light, and that motherfucker dropped. Like I'd had a central nervous shot on him, just boom, down. I was like, rectal. I killed him. So I jump on my unsecure icon. I'm like, Sardagle, I just killed somebody. So I see my squad leader, nothing but high knees, come fucking sprinting up there. It's knocked out, you dumbass. I'm like, hey. Good times.
Over. So dude, we were in Kuwait. This is another good joint story. We were in Kuwait as well as on platoon. Well, my company went ashore to Udari to train. I was like fucking pissed, right? Because I was promised I was going to get a train at least whenever we pulled in. And of course I get broke off and like platoon sergeant's like, hey, ship's company's feeling Force Pro and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. The command master is requesting y'all to come be the subject matter experts. This is my first pump, dude. Like, imagine that. And so like I fell in, like, where am I rifle? Like, oh, they'll have guns for. I'm like, God, I haven't zeroed. Awesome. So I went down. Yeah.
Same rifle.
Like I fell in with. Yeah. Well, I go down the brow and there's a CB sitting there in his pimped out Humvee as a high back. They like round around the entire interior and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, I'm supposed to get a rifle from y'all. And they're like, yeah, it's in back. Dude, I tore this M16 out of fucking plastic. And he's like, you need some bags? In the plastic. And stuff. And I was like, I can't believe this shit. And so anyways, I'm like, well, at least it's mechanically centered. So, well, so I'm riding around with this dude, and we're touring posts. So I'm like just corporal of the guard or sergeant of the guard, just touring posts. And if I see something that's wrong, I'm like, hey guys, y'all need to handle this way or whatever. Well, we've been doing this shit for like 3 days, and it was like almost midnight. It was late, and I was just about to come off post. I was like, you know what? And like when we were pierside in Kuwait City, like it was like a serpentine through these big walls of like connexes that serpentined around to this vehicle entry point. And then there's a huge grain elevator on the other side and a long road, long approach to that gate. Well, those lights, none of those street lights were working. I'm like, they've been working every other night, but now tonight they're not working. And the CB's like, interesting. I'm like, yeah, we should go take a look. And so we roll up and I'm like, hey, y'all need to stand too. And like, what do you mean? What for? I'm like, because your lights aren't working. Like, what do you mean? Now's the time for challenging. Like, stand to, y'all about to get probed. As I'm saying, I'm tired of this fat fucking chief, right?
What the fuck is stand to?
Yeah, stand to. Well, like, there's a small guard shack, entry control point with their serpentine, and then this fence line. And I'm facing that, and I've got the chief facing me, and there's one light, and it's kind of casting a light curtain, Well, through the light, I see movement. And I just picked my firing hand off, and I just pushed the chief out of the way. He's like, "Why are you touching me?" I'm like, "Watch out!" That fucking Haji just walks out of the shadows, totally inside of our perimeter. I was like, "I fucking knew it." So I pushed past. He's like 10 yards back, and I'm like pretty up on him. I'm like, "Don't fucking move!" And he's all like, "No." So I'm like, "Chief." And he's like, "What?" So he freezes. And I come straight up to him, and I just take one step, and I slip the stock. I go, "Bam!" And fucking muzzle strike him right in the chest. And he was like, "Ooh!" And I grab him, and I throw him on his face. And so now I'm on top of him. I'm like, "I'm covering me." And I swing my rifle behind my back. I'm already cursory searching him on the ground, right? This chief he's in my ear. He's like, "What are you doing this for?" I'm like, "The dude's inside our wire. We got to verify who he is. We got to secure this asshole. Fucking cover me." I look up, and he's got straight up Barney Fife 9mm shaking in my face. "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, I'm like, I look at him, I'm like, asshole, get your fucking gun out of my face.
Unhand that terrorist now.
He's like, "Don't talk to me that way." I'm like, "Are we really having like this like cold cordial like a discussion right now? Get the fuck." And so like now we're having this sidebar. I got this dude like wondering what the fuck. I'm like, "Where's your ID?" He's like, "Immigration ticket." I'm like, "Shut the fuck up. They did not take your fucking ID." Like I'm losing my mind. I'm like, "Get the fucking PMO guys down here right now." Like I'm losing my shit. Half the CDs are like, all right, the Marine snap. The other half are like, "Dude, that motherfucker came out of the shadows on him. Y'all didn't see that?" Well, I was like, "Well, where are you going?" He's like, "I'm going to my ship. There's one other ship on our pier, and it was a big Iranian ferry." And he's like, "Going to my ship." I'm like, "Oh, so it's fucking Iranian." Like, so the command comes in like, "Let him go." I'm like, "All right, I'll let him go." Like, "Get up, fat ass." And so he gets up, and I'm behind him the whole way with my rifle right in the face of his skull, and I walk him all the way to the fucking brow of his ship. And I had that one CD that's driving me around. I did bounding Overwatch to the rear, getting back from the brow of their ship, man, because those guys were still on the boat. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, fucking awesome jointness right there, dude. Like, I went back up on the quarterdeck. Well, I get back to the brow of the ship, and this fucking squid that's down there, he's asleep. I'm like, "Wake the fuck up." He's all like, "Bleh." I go all the way up to the fucking quarterdeck, and they got the Navy watches and all that stuff up there. And like one of the Marines, he's like, "How'd it go?" I was like, "You won't believe this stupid bullshit, man." And I just started venting on him. I'm like, "But those motherfuckers don't know that the command master chief has us out here for this very fucking purpose, and these fucking lazy pieces of shit don't want to fucking listen to us. Fine, I'll fucking kill myself." Like, I'm fucking losing my shit. The other Marine's face changes, and I'm like, he's right behind me, and he's like, "Command master chief's like, how's it going?" I'm like, "Well, no use bullshitting me out, sir." He's like, "So tell me what happened." I told him, as best I could. And he's like, "Go get some chow, get some rest. I'm on it." I'm like, "Roger that, Command Master Chief." Man, I fucking faced and moved out, man. I was like so heated. I've been in a Corps like maybe a year. So, I was there as a subject matter expert. So I knew how to walk my post from flank to flank, take no shit off any rank.
There you go.
But dude, that was my first live real world muzzle strike, and it felt great. And it's almost like a dog's he toys like and you get him. So they gotta get candy sample. That's that fuck, man. He's like, you remember those old Zubaz like workout pants?
Let's get
like the crazy.
You ready to muzzle strike again?
Oh yeah.
The revolver came out and it didn't trigger you, so I figured I had to pull that out of the drawer.
I love me some wheel guns, man. Wheel guns is real guns.
Do not drop that thing.
do not drop. We had a student recently that had his in a class, and oh my God, like I didn't have to say anything because like the class was cracking jokes the whole damn time. Like anytime we did anything dynamic, everybody like, oh, what's your stuff? Oh. Like he's carrying nitroglycerin.
Have you guys played with the MCX yet? The SIG MCX?
I haven't even seen one in a class yet.
Yeah,
it's kind of surprising.
It's pretty cool. It's got a folding stock on it. It's got proprietary bolt carrier. It's got all this fancy shit, right? So the SIG guy was here and got to play with the Rattler a little bit, and that was the first time I pulled this thing apart. But we're doing the SEP test like a week later, and the net trainer didn't show up. So they're like, "Hey, Sergeant Hess, can you do the net training on all these guns?" I did some basic guns and some stuff I'd seen before where the MCX is there. So I'm giving a little class, and I pop the pins on the lower. Well, I forget that the bolt carrier doesn't stay in an MCX. Like regular AR, you tip it and the bolt carrier catches on the charging handle and it's done, right? So I go set the lower down on the table, and we're outside and it's concrete. And so when I go to set the lower down on the table, the fucking upper receiver rolls a little bit, and the bolt goes, right? So I got like 12 NCOs. I got all the program managers are all standing around. So the bolt carrier goes sliding out, landing on the concrete. $3,000 gun, never been fired. I set the lower down, and I go to lean down to pick up the bolt carrier, but the rail is held in by the forward pin. So when you have the lower off, the rail is not into the gun. So when I lean down to pick up the bolt carrier, the whole house is out of the rail. So I'm standing there with just sitting down over here on the table like this is the lower. I'm holding onto the rail. All these parts are laying all in the concrete. And the program managers are just looking at me like, I was like, well, at least this SIG is drop safe. Like 3 of the NCOs are like, oh shit. And the other dudes are like,
even cook it.
The program managers are just like,
You get that vein.
They're just like, he did not just fucking say this stuff. So I got parts of this $3,000 brand new gun laying fucking everywhere.
That's so awesome. That's so well played.
I was not impressed. That's some pretty impressive test, though. Got some fancy ones.
That's got to be a total nightmare in the field.
Oh yeah,
it just totally shits parts everywhere.
You pop the pin, you're like old 1911, just shake it and it just.
After it's a red lens, and you're like, hey, "What do you got, a magnet?"
Dude, could you imagine patrol base activities in the dark in the woods?
Yeah, you'd come back with a buttstock.
We're going to skip that particular priority of work tonight, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You have to bust out your big Willie Peter bag and you put your whole rifle in there to take it apart so you don't lose any part.
And the way the buttstock is, you take and you put your thumb here and you pull up on it to fold it.
Yeah.
And so I'm watching probably 20 dudes trying to figure out how to fold the stock. And they're like, I know this stock folds. And so every time they'd walk away from the gun, I'd walk up there and I'd fold the stock. They'd walk up to me and be like, who did this? How did you do this? 20 minutes later, he'd be laying there again.
That's fantastic. Oh, yeah, that oddly enough, it reminds me of a machine gun shoot. And it was one of the first ones I worked at the State Department. And is at the end of a high threat. And so basically every type of gun. Like instructor would do a live demo on, and then the students would have to get on it and do it. And we encourage the students to help each other. So some prior service guys are wanting to help out the women that haven't ever done it before or whatnot. So we just kind of hover, make sure they don't do stupid, right? Well, I'm watching this one female, very voluptuous female, and she's behind the T-40, and we're making them do barrel changes, and then loading back up, and they're shooting off the bipods, or no, actually they're off of a tripod. And so these two white knights are trying to help her, right? And so she's way up over the guns they're doing, because they're doing everything for her, right? And then like the guy's not paying attention, and I just see him go, "All right, you're good," and he just slaps the receiver cover on it, right? And she's like not even off the gun. Whenever he does that, she just starts doing this, like really, really fast. I'm like, whatever's going on, what's wrong? What's wrong? We look down, and it actually it trapped her nipple. And it really like took three guys.
What causes that?
Anywho, I'm gonna have to bounce out here, guys. I'm afraid I'm gonna get too loud.
I got a question before you go, Chad. Okay. Rear sights. How deep can you start milling, and how far can you widen before you start running into issues on the K-frames?
Wait, what do you mean by milling?
I want to widen and deepen.
You can go as wide as you want. You have that little drum for the left and right travel. I'd probably want to stop shy of bumping that, because that blade, it didn't have a whole lot of meat.
Fixed rear.
Yeah,
it's the trench.
Oh, K-frame. Okay, gotcha. Person to ask would be Chris Taylor on that.
Okay, I was gonna say I've heard a lot of conflicting information about if you go too wide or too deep, you start getting into like the anodizing and shit. So I was curious while I had you on, but I'll hit up Chris.
On those guns, it's color case hardened, which is kind of similar to anodizing, and what it does, it's just like a surface hardening. And if you do break that, you're exposing untreated metals. But
gotcha.
Also, you got the window, right? And you got the barrel. The impulse hits, and then you got this square that has to take it. You take off meat at that, basically that corner, that square. You could actually end up causing the top strap, that part, to actually split that corner.
Gotcha.
Freak load, whatever, firing into a squib. You're taking meat off of like a very important part of the gun, as far as structure and rigidity, because that frame wants to flex. So I'd be careful on that, but definitely Chris is a guy, having worked at Hamilton for so long, to know where to go and how wide.
Gotcha. Okay.
I know it is common. I used to have an answer for you, or would have when I've worked for XS, because that was a common thing. Run a ball in, mill through there to open it up for a big dot, pin in front.
Yeah. I honestly just want I want light on either side of it. That's my biggest issue with my eyes.
Yeah. And whenever you're full extension, it's like you're looking for a credit card slot.
There was a new site, I want to say it was Panone, who put it out. I could be wrong there. That is essentially about as long as my finger, and it lays over the front of a Glock. So
that brand site?
Oh yeah, that was it. That I think would actually give a real similar sight picture. Fisher said he loved his, but Fisher loves everything. So
is that front side that's just on the half of the slide? It's basically like a short Aristocrat.
Yeah, it's kind of like a shatter snipe type sight off of Asp.
Yeah. That harkens back to the old days of eye muzzle target, and you're actually rolling the gun up, so you're tracking your front sight into the notch. As long as you understand your equipment and the shortcomings, I don't see a real problem. You are going with them significantly shorter. I was trying to remember where I saw that. This is a rubber gun. I'm doing this with a rubber gun.
Like when it dangerously. Do that shit hot.
I said the other day, I was like, fuck it. Why don't they just start twirling their Glocks already or something like that? What was it? I was about reholstering techniques. I said that yesterday. So you just need to start twirling their Glocks. And people are like, holy shit. That's why you got to be careful with these things so you pick up bad habits off of these too.
What was that?
I'm glad I'm on leave. I don't have to get up in the morning.
Are you on terminal leave, brother?
No, not yet. I saved 10 days just in case I had to do job interviews or whatever. So I'm burning that this week. I'm burning 5 days this week. I'm going to burn 5 days the week before Thanksgiving week. And then do Thanksgiving clear. And be done.
Are you selling any back or are you burning it all?
I'm going to burn it all.
Good for you.
Burn it down.
Yeah. 60. And then I'm probably doing the same thing, keeping around 10 for oh shit moments or work fucking next week. So there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. I had a cool job opportunity that would have paid pretty good, but it didn't pan out. But I already put the leave in for it anyway. So I was just like, fuck it, I'll stay home. And then, so basically, the week of Thanksgiving is my retirement ceremony. So we're not doing anything Tuesday. Wednesday is always like a half day, and then 4 days for Thanksgiving. So that week is shot. So if I take leave the week before that, literally I have like 1 week of work left. So I'll work next week and the week after that, then I'll be on leave again, and then Thanksgiving, and then clearing. And clearing doesn't count.
Dude, the fact that they still have you working blows my mind, because the last year you're on active for us, we don't expect to see you. Let us know you're alive once a quarter, maybe. Like,
we haven't seen you in the news, so we know you're alive.
well, yeah, exactly. Like, make a Facebook post, make sure we know, like, show your wife so we know you haven't killed her and we're good, you know? I'm watching that where I'm at now has a lot of retirees that roll out and they'll sit for their last couple of years, and 3 days before they're getting ready to retire, like, bro, why are you at work?
Yeah. Yeah, and we're still trying to get this call pushed through, and the bureaucracy of this thing is amazing. And like we just had to talk through the qualifications since 1959 or whatever the fuck year we designed that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the weapons that were involved in it. So we've transitioned, since we did the qual, we transitioned from the M1 to the M14, from the M14 to the M16, from the M16 to the M16A2, from the A2 to M4 across the force. And we went from fighting in Vietnam to doing, little stuff like Panama Grenada, where we needed small guns. And, we used to avoid built up areas, and now we hang out in built up areas, and we're still qualifying kneeling in the yard. But we had to lay all that out like in PowerPoint. Like, these dudes haven't been in like fucking 25 years, and the qual hasn't changed the entire time they've been in the Army. Yeah. You're just like, come on, man. But we got to lay all that
mantras,
stuff.
Man.
Yeah, bureaucracy at its finest. That's going to be Mike and I's book. As soon as we're not doing anything, we already named it, and Leo liked the name. The book is called "Turning an Aircraft Carrier with a Paddle: Gunfighting Bureaucracy in the United States Army."
Oh, fuck, man.
And kicking kittens.
I
will buy book number 1. I want you to sign it before the Army makes you disappear.
Dude, you laugh at ours at State Department for the longest time was, it's going to take body bags. Because like we were fighting that uphill fight too. And we just say it's going to take body bags. And well, then September 11th happened again. And we had our body bags and they're like, all right, this is what we need to do all this shit. I'm like, all right, here you go. I'm like, don't you need time? I'm like, no, we've already done this shit. We did this shit like 4 years ago. Like, here you didn't want to listen. Like,
yeah. And It's just crazy. And the cover art's already designed. You remember the old Hot Rod magazines where the guy was like hanging out of the car and they had the big tires that are spinning on it? So picture like that, holding a big ass paddle with this little tiny aircraft carrier in the background, like sticking it in the water. It's
inertia, man.
Yeah, well, somebody did the math. There's 28 NCOs and 2 officers that worked on the book and thus the qualification in the past 8 years. And it's just crazy.
You know what, Ash? I think instead of turning a battleship or an aircraft carrier, we could also call it fucking ice skating uphill.
Maybe we'll call that a chapter. We'll make that the qualification chapter.
Yes.
We want something to change, but we're not going to change it. We just want it to change.
If we're to be like the absolute core skill of a soldier and Marine, like shooting a gun at a humanoid target, like you don't get any more central than that. And they're like, oh, it's been pretty good for the past 500 years. Like we're still throwing spears, but
it's just, and Mike and I have been trolling the Beer of the Mighty page.
Oh God.
You'll
be entertained.
Yeah. Anything that deals with the Army, we go onto that page and troll. And they've been talking about the next generation gun. And these are just coming up there some fucking stupid shit. And I love the Facebook little GIF thing that you can do now. Because dudes come on like, we need the M14 back. And they're just like, I put up the little Joker thing. I'm not sure if serious, or just, just been trolling the fuck out of that page. There's a couple more popped up while we've been on here too.
Yeah, I had a dude tell me last week he was going to add me to his prayer list.
Yeah, that was awesome. You're so angry. The dude was talking about killing moose.
He was like, well, I run a 308 to kill moose in Alaska. So I was like, okay, dude, you're talking about running an underpowered cartridge for its stated purpose while telling us what the Army should use. No. Why are you so angry? I'm not angry. You're stupid. I'll add you to my prayer list. Okay, dude. And then, of course, Ash he's no help. Hey, Mike, check this out.
So I did a post as like armor. It's been said by every level of person that's been interviewed. Armor. And they're like, what do you mean? Armor. Perhaps armor that's not being worn by a good guy.
When you guys leave the M4, please give them to us. I would appreciate the improvement over the A2.
Will that shoot the little ball of yarn from boat to boat?
Maybe if I arc it enough. We all know that poodle shooter's not really carrying through.
Damn, he left. I was going to tell you you could thank Chad and his cohorts for the A2, but he left, man. That's no fun.
Yeah, I think Matt went to bed. He was just like, I'm going to go put the kid to bed. And
yeah, I need to get going. I got to get up and participate in a team triathlon. I have to swim a whopping 300 meters. My contribution.
Real quick before you go, I got a question. Are you teaching Seabees? Who specifically on my side are you teaching?
On the Navy side, man, I get all types.
Okay.
I get aft pack hands. like I was saying earlier, I got a submarine commander. I don't know what the fuck he's advising in Afghanistan, a submarine fleet, but Roger, got it. Last class, I had a bunch of naval aviation that were, at least the way they spun it, they were as close to the 160th as I had a certain senator from Arizona's son.
Gotcha.
So I get all types Navy-wise. Air Force-wise, I see a lot of nurses, doctors, and loggies. So as far from meat eating, imagine within that aren't typically meat eaters as I look at it anyway. So it's good times.
Gents, I got to hit the rack, man.
Yeah.
Let's hope to do this again. Thank you for putting up with my internet.
No worries. Tacos.
Y'all have a good one.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
too.